do a Vulpin review.
All 3 of my friends on his list, it's at 6.
Let's go around.
Happy July 4th, everybody. Here in the Kenai Peninsula, that's Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach, and Jesse, after a couple of rainouts both on Sunday and Monday, here we are getting set for a 5-game series against the the Peninsula Oilers in Kenai, and it starts with a doubleheader today on the 4th of July.
That's right. Matsu hasn't played in a couple days after being down here, and that's because of the rainy conditions and not so much the quantity of rain falling from the sky, but what remained on the field. There were large puddles all over the infield dirt. Now, you might think, why not put a tarp down? Well, there's no real drainage system here in Kenai, so if you do lay down the tarp, you have to have somewhere to put the water after it's collected, and that's either in one of the dugouts or out beyond the outfield, and eventually they just got enough turf to cover it after it dried out for a day or two.
It's certainly been interesting to see how the field has played out over these last few days here in the Peninsula, but it'll also be interesting to see how starting pitcher for Matsu, Brandon Downer, does in his first real start of this season. He was a late add to the roster. He had a strong appearance last Sunday, but that was in an exhibition contest. Jesse, what can the Cal State, or rather the Cal Baptist product, do today on the mound?
Well, the bright thing about Downer's performance in that exhibition affair is that the team he faced is the same team who's been in Kenai last week playing these same Oilers. He pitched 3 innings against the Michigan Monarchs of the Great Lakes League, didn't allow a run, 2 hits, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. That's pretty good, especially when you consider the fact that the Oilers only took 2 of 3 against the Monarchs. They actually lost a game. Kenai only outscored Michigan 19-16, so Downer kept a team shut out that put up 16 runs in 3 games.
That's certainly an encouraging sign if you're a Miners fan. These Oilers, with those exhibition contests against the Monarchs, they don't count. The last time they've actually played a real game was last Saturday, way back on June 24th. Matsu hasn't played a real game since last Friday, back in June as well. So, Jesse, when you look at this Miners team as a whole, nearing the halfway point, 9-9 overall, what are some key stats to look at telling the story of where this team is right now?
Well, first of all, you got to consider that 9-9 stat. So, after today, assuming they play both games and don't get rained out for a third straight day, they will be at the halfway point in the regular season, exactly 20 out of 40 games, and this is the make or break moment for a lot of teams where they decide what they want to do with the rest of their season. Do they want to be average or do they want to be extraordinary? Then you also have to consider the run differential between these teams. So, Kenai has outscored Matsu 17-5, only out-hit them 16-14. So that means the Miners have 5 runs and only a bunch of 14 hits to add to that, which goes back to that constant runners left in scoring position stat that Matsu averages stranding 5 runners on second or third every game.
It's certainly been the case for a while, but the bats have been picking up for Matsu as of late. 14 hits against the Anchorage Bucks back on Friday. That was a high-scoring affair, so before we get you set for today's doubleheader, take a look back on how Friday's game played out.
Live from Anchorage, it's the hottest team in the ABL, hosting one hoping to go on a run. The Anchorage Bucks have won 7 straight and stand in first place, but the Matsu Miners are in town. The green and gold won last night, haven't won back-to-back games since the first 2 contests of the season. Alongside Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. 0-1 count. He deals. Swung on, driven to deep left field. Maddox Haley looking over at the wall, and that ball is gone. An opposite field home run for Lex Bodeker brings around 2, makes a pair for Anchorage, nothing for Matsu with just 1 away in the bottom of the first. Full count, 2 away, runners on first and second. Both runners will be going with the pitch. 2-0 Bucks in the bottom of the first after that Lex Bodeker 2-run homer. The 3-2. Thomas swings, drives into right center field. That's down in the gap. Rolls off to the warning track, picked up by Caden Carpenter. 2-run score, thrown to the infield. Another one, and that is a 2-run double for Zach Thomas. Opposite field has been the tune for these Bucks. The home run for Bodeker went to left. He's a lefty. Thomas goes to right with that double. He's a righty, and it's 4-0 Anchorage. Runners on second and third. Full count. 2 away. The pitch. In the dirt. Gets by Farlander. That's a ball. Run comes home on the wild pitch. Rather, that's really a passed ball. That was in Farlander's glove. 5-0 Bucks. Now runners on the corners after the walk and passed ball that brings home Dylan Maltby. 2-1 count. These 5 runs came about for the Bucks by way of a 2-run homer in the first as well as a 2-run double. Bodeker had the dinger, Thomas had the double, and then that crazy second inning where Dylan Maltby reached on an error at second base and ended up scoring. Runners on second and third, 1 away, the 2-1 pitch. Swings, drives it to deep center field. Alex Vergara back on it. He reaches up with one hand, makes a grab left of his shoulder, hurls it on to third base. Nolan Tucker cuts it off and fires to the bag, but way late. A run comes home for the Bucks. 6-0 the score in the bottom of the third. Anchorage now has a tally in every frame.
Carpenter on third base. Braden Rogers on second base. Barreras on first base. Matsu has already struck once this inning, trailing 6-1 now in the top of the fourth. 2 outs for Farlander. The 2-2. Swung on. Squeezed him. The ball lands in the infield. Tough play. And everybody's safe. It went over the head of the pitcher Sarhat, but in front of the second baseman Pendergrast. And Carpenter runs home from third base. Everybody's safe. It's 6-2. Tucker is 1 for 2 today. Roped a single back over the head of Sarhat back in the third. The 1-1 swung on and popped in a shallow left field. Might fall, and it does! Rogers scores. Here comes Barreras. It's a 2-run single for Nolan Tucker, and all of a sudden, 2-out magic has struck the Anchorage starter. What hit him? It's 6-4. This brings up Pendergrast, the leadoff man. This is already his 4th at-bat of the game, and he laces one back up the middle. A single brings in 1 run. Another one is rounding for home, and he's in there. A 2-run single for Alex Pendergrast has opened it up once more. 9-4 the lead for Anchorage. Lefty-lefty matchup. Runner takes off from first, throws on to Vest at second. A runner scores in the pickle. Vest eventually gets Pendergrast, but not before Maltby takes advantage of the pickoff play down the first base line. So it's a 10-4 game now, but the third out has been recorded. 2 down 6 in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch gets away from Farlander, bounces off the edge of his mitt. In comes another run. It's 11-4 Bucks.
First pitch to the lefty, he swings, corks it down the right field line. It's fair, hanging towards the corner. That ball is onto the warning track and at the wall. Bodeker rounds third, picked up in right. He will score. Throw to the infield, and that is an RBI triple for Lex Bodeker. 12-6, the Bucks lead. They just keep adding on. He's got a runner on third, nobody out, in a 6-run lead. Turgeon is 3 for 3, a trio of singles. He's also scored twice. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, popped into shallow center field. Vergara chases in and he won't get there. Sorensen scores without a throw. 3 straight hits lead off the 7th for Anchorage, and they lead by 7. 1-0. Haley swings, drives it to center field. That's down for a hit. Vergara held up at second, so he holds at third. No, he's going home. Center fielder stumbled over the ball. Vergara scores. Maddox Daly has his 3rd hit of the day. There's runners on first and second, and the Bucks lead has been cut to 13-7 here in the top of the 8th. Runners on second and third. Nobody out. The pitch. Swings, drives it up the middle and through to center field. In comes Lancia. Haley rounds third. He comes around to score. A 4-run game. Matsu is not back all the way, but man, do they keep climbing. A 2-run single for Caden Carpenter, and the Anchorage lead cut to 13-9 in the top of the 8th with still nobody out. The Green and Gold have crossed 3 players over the dish today in this inning to make it this 4-run game. 0-2, a bear from the stretch. Vest swings, drives it to deep right field. It's got a lot of air under it, tailing back towards the light tower. Near the wall, reach! And it falls on the warning track. Matsu scores 3 runs. Vest is off into third. His helmet is off, and that's a 3-run triple. Joey Narrett reached at the wall and lost his hat looking for it. This is a one-run game. After this momentous comeback is down to its final out. Comes in the form of Caden Carpenter. He's had a solid day, 2 for 4 with an RBI and a pair of runs scored, not to mention 2 stolen bases. First pitch to the lefty. Swings, drives it up the middle. Pendergrass fields it on the back end at the ankle. Throws across to first, and he got him. The Miners come most of the way back, but fall short with a 1-2-3 frame in the ninth. 13-12, the Bucks win it, and thus the season series is tied. The Miners are at 500 against every team in the ABL. 3-3 against the Bucks. Michael Nunez with the save.
Here on the Kenai Peninsula, rain washed away. Here on the Kenai Peninsula, rain washed away games on July 2nd and July 3rd. But there was no way that bad weather would continue on the 4th of July. Happy Independence Day from Coral Seymour Memorial Ballpark, where the Matsu Miners play for the first time since Friday, and the Peninsula Oilers play for the first time in 10 days. Alongside Jesse Cook, I'm Austin Barach, and Jesse, we're so happy to play 2 today.
That's absolutely right, Austin. It's finally good weather here on the peninsula, and I'm excited to watch some baseball.
Your starting lineups today for both teams. First, your road squad, your Matsu Miners. Nolan Tucker leading off. He's done that a few games here. Cooper Vest with 3 triples on the season, batting second, the first baseman. Alex Vergara batting .400 so far through 3 games. He's batting third. Steven Lancia, he's been on the tear, batting .500. He's 14 for 28. Maddox Haley, he's had a hot bat. Hit safely in 11 of his last 12 games. Caden Carpenter, the right fielder, he's been solid as well, bumping up that batting average. Landon Rogers back there in the DH spot, 7th. Emilio Barreras, who hit a home run against the Glacier Pilots last Thursday. He's in the 8th spot. And Caleb Hannes makes his return to the lineup after last playing on Thursday. 1 through 9 for the home team, the Oilers. It's Owen McElpatrick, Drew Pinkston, Nick Costello, Ben Griffin, Michael Elko, Ty Thomas, Bren Wilkinson, Michael Rada, and Ben Grupe. The pitcher for the home team is Ryan Brown. The pitcher for the Matsu Miners is Brandon Downer. So we're here set to go alongside Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. The Miners sporting their blue, red, white, and blue themed jerseys with the gray pants, and a lot of the guys in the dugout wearing those American hats, really. And here's Tucker stepping in the box. Tucker, Vest, Vergara due up against Ryan Brown. Brown out of the stretch, fires home, and it's called strike 1 right above the knees. Brown this season out of Mount San Antonio College has appeared in 5 games. This is his first start, though, as a 2.00 ERA through 9 innings. The 0-1 swung on, foul tipped out of play. His last outing was his worst so far against the Bucks back on June 24th, which was the last time that these Oilers played 10 days ago, a couple Saturdays ago. We went 2 innings, allowing 3 hits, 2 earned runs, a walk, and 0 strikeouts. Tucker batting .259 this season. He was 2 for 4 in his last game on Friday with a couple of RBIs and a couple of walks against the Anchorage Bucks. The pitch sails up and out of the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tucker out of Valparaiso. He's only played the Oilers once this season. He was a late add to the roster. He played them on June 15th, the last time these two teams met. That was back in Palmer. Tucker went 1 for 4 in that game. 7 hits on the season, the 1-2. And he lifts it up and out of play again. A lot of fastball so far for Brown.
That's right, he's really attacking the zone and making Tucker work, and that's part of the trademark of a strong pitcher, if you can get out the first batter using relatively just 1 or 2 pitches.
Still working out of the stretch against the lefty Tucker. The pitch. Breaking ball, and it's belted in right center field. McElpatrick looks up. It hits the warning track into the wall. Tucker round second. He's going for third, and he's in with a stand-up triple to lead off the game. Welcome back to baseball, Matsu Miners. For the first time since Friday, the Miners are on in a big way. A lead-off triple to start things here in the Peninsula.
Austin, the message going into today from head coach Tyler Brunn was that we're at 500. We need to step things up. That's what he told his team. This should be the turning point. And clearly, Nolan Tucker is on the same page.
That was Tucker's first triple and first extra base hit of this season. This brings the third baseman in for Thomas as Cooper Vest stands in the lefty batter's box. He checks his swing and fouls one back along the third base side for strike 1. Vest this season batting .236. Does have those 3 triples. Last time he appeared Friday in Anchorage, went 1 for 5 with a triple. All 3 of his triples have come against the Bucks. He did have 3 RBIs. That was a 3-run triple back in the late stage of that game to make it a one-run game. The pitch roped into right field. That gets in front of McElpatrick. Tucker scores from third base, and Cooper Vest has an RBI single. It's already 1-0 Miners.
Back in a big way. Matsu, not a team known for scoring in the first couple of innings, only done that 3 times this season. Make it 4.
What a beautiful swing from Vest, and it brings up another hot hitter, Alex Vergara. He is 4 for 10, as we alluded to this season. Went 2 for 6 on Friday with a double, an RBI, 2 runs, a strikeout, and a stolen base. A well-rounded player. Also has a cannon as a center fielder. The pitch swung on. That's drilled into left center field. It's up, and that one hops the fence. Vest rounds third, and he will stop right there. A clobbering of a double for Alex Vergara, and the Miners are 3 for 3 to begin the game. Wow!
3 batters in, and you're a home run away from the cycle as a team. That's just about as well as you can play, or as well as you can expect to play. And now with Steven Lancia at the dish, a guy with 2 home runs this season, you can only expect these 4th of July fireworks to continue popping.
That's right. We'd love to see some fireworks here to this offense who had 14 hits, a season high back on Friday in the loss. The pitch to Lancia. Blown away, ball 1 on the breaking ball. Lancia, he is batting .500. This is no fluke, ladies and gentlemen. He has 28 at-bats. He has a base hit in 14 of those at-bats. Has 2 homers on the season as well. With 2 men on base for him, nobody out. The pitch, down and outside on the fastball. Quickly, 2-0, a hitter's count for the big hitter, Steven Lancia.
And it makes sense to pitch around him until you remember that Maddox Haley is on deck, and he's on a 6-game hitting streak.
Yeah, this lineup really good for Matsu right now. The 2-0 to Lancia. Outside again on the breaking ball, 3-0 to the catcher out of UT Rio Grande Valley. Lancia has yet to face the Oilers this season. Again, he was a late add in the lineup a couple of weeks ago. He's on a 7-game hit streak since June 20th. The 3-0 nails the bottom outside corner for a strike. Brown, through his first 4 outings, had given up 0 earned runs, already in danger of 1 and many more today. The pitch in the dirt, ball 4. Lancia earns a walk, and the bases are loaded with no outs for Maddox Haley.
And if you're going up against Haley, you want to stay away from that front door curveball. He hits that really well, so expect some fastballs blown away.
Maddox Haley, 0 home runs on the season, but that won't stop a pitching mound visit for Ryan Brown, who is in a world of trouble right here, facing the heart of the order for the Miners.
Well, if you're Brown in this scenario, you want to keep the ball low, especially to a hitter like Maddox Haley. You've only allowed 1 run. Those runners on the bases have not yet scored. You can calm yourself down. Throw it low to Haley, try to force a ground ball or something. Maybe you can even strike him out, although that doesn't happen a whole lot. Maddox Haley this season, he's struck out just a total of 10 times, and that is in 67 at-bats. But build yourself some confidence and hope you can limit the Miners to just 1 more run.
Well, Haley looking to add on here. He's batting .313 on the season, 21 hits in those 67 at-bats. On Friday, he went 3 for 6. He's hit safely in 11 of the last 12. The pitch in there on the outside corner, strike 1.
Haley has trouble turning around on those fastballs, so will be interesting to see how Brown works with the high speed.
Haley, 5 extra base hits this season, 4 doubles, a triple, no home runs. The 0-1, big cut and a miss. Breaking ball in the outside corner, quickly 0-2 to Maddox. Haley did hit 1 home run this season at San Diego State. That came on April 4th against UC Riverside. And he certainly has the power to go yard. We've seen it time and time again in batting practice. Brown out of the stretch. Bases juiced, nobody out, already 1-0. Top of the first. The pitch. And Maddox hits it on the end of the bat. Keeps himself alive on a little dribbler out of play.
Again, he sees curveballs from right-handed pitchers really well, and he tracked the trajectory of that ball all the way down, low and away, and kept his bat on it.
Vest on third, Vergara on second, Lancey on first. No outs, 3 runners on in a 1-0 game. The pitch, swung on, hit in a center field. Back is Costello. He makes the grab, backpedaling. Vest tags up from third base. He scores with ease. Vergara scampers over to third as well. And Maddox Haley has a sac fly, RBI. The game, 2-0.
Now batting number 38, Caden Carpenter.
So here is Caden Carpenter with 1 out and runners on the corners. Brian Wilkinson, the catcher for the Oilers, does his classic first and third base sign, as almost all catchers do in these situations. Carpenter entering today's contest, batting .232. He's on a 3-game hit streak dating back to June 27th. The lefty looks at a strike right at the knees. Carpenter has worked 15 walks, the most on the team. He also has scored 15 times. That's also the most on Matt Sue. Has an opportunity to drive in Vergara right here. The pitch. Down in the dirt, 1-1. Carpenter, last time out on Friday, went 2 for 5 with 3 runs and 2 RBIs. The 1-1. Big cut and a miss. The off-speed fooled Caden. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him. Thomas, a third baseman, playing in line with the base path. The 1-2, low and inside, stopped by Wilkinson. He darts up quickly. Count evens up, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Caden Carpenter. Carpenter, in that hitting streak, is batting .500, 6 for 12 since June 27th. So he's been hot as of late. The 2-2, ropes it into right field. That gets down in front of McElpatrick. Vergara scores from third base. Lancia stops at second. And another RBI single this inning for the Miners. It's a 3-0 game.
Turning points, Austin. Ty LeBrun said this trip to Kenai has to be a turning point in the season. The Miners have clearly listened to his message right out of the gate.
Almost an identical hit to Vest's RBI single into right field. And this brings up the designated hitter, Landon Rogers. Still just 1 out, runners on first and second. The pitch hits the outside corner, strike 1 to Rogers of the Landon variety out of Santa Fe Community College. He went 0 for 2 in his last appearance back on Thursday at home against the Glacier Pilots. It was 5 days ago. The pitch, breaking ball, just upstairs, 1-1. Rogers on the year, batting .241. A double, triple, 0 home runs in the extra base hit department. Has not yet played the Oilers. The pitch, swung on, hit sharply to third base. Over to second for 1. The throw on a first. Dug out in time, a double play. 5-4-3 is the dial. So Peninsula finally gets out of that inning, but not after the Miners score 3 times. After half an inning, Miners 1, Oilers nothing. We'll be right back. After 4 base hits in the top of the first for Matsu, the defense is on, set to face Owen McElpatrick, Drewby Pinkston, and Nick Costello for the home team, the Oilers. On the mound for Matsu, Brandon Downer. We last saw him 9 days ago in Palmer in the exhibition against the Monarchs. Right-handed pitcher who's staying at 6'5" out of Cal Baptist University. He went 3 innings, allowing just 2 hits, 0 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, just 1 walk, and earned the win again in that exhibition affair. McElpatrick, the right fielder today, steps into the right-hand batter's box. It'll be a righty versus righty matchup. McElpatrick out of Northwestern, batting .243 this season, 9 hits in 37 at-bats. Downer out of the windup. The pitch. Hits the outside corner, strike 1. McElpatrick out of Tampa, Florida, in Berkeley Prep, BO1. Dribbler at the pitcher. Downer moves to his left and makes the play on the first. 1 gone quickly.
In that game against the Monarchs, what worked for Downer really well was going low and inside to right-handed batters with his fastball. I'm interested to see how he adapts to left-handed hitters on this Peninsula roster because that's where he struggled a little bit.
Set to face a lefty right now. Pitch runs upstairs on the fastball. That lefty is Drewby Pinkston, also out of Northwestern. Batting .238 this season, 5 hits in just 21 at-bats. The pitch drifts outside. 2-0 the count to Pinkston, who went 1 for 5 in his last real game. Again, now it came 10 days ago, June 24th against the Bucks. Went 3 for 14 in that series. The pitch inside and low. 3-0 quickly. Remember, Peninsula played a 5-game set against the Anchorage Bucks 2 weeks ago. Went just 1-4. A 3-0 right down the middle for a strike. So he went 3 for 14 in that season. That series did Pinkston. That's a .214 average. The 3-1. Nails the inside corner. The count runs full. Payoff pitch to Pinkston. Inside, ball 4. Pinkston earns his 10th walk of the season. He's 2 for 4 on stolen base attempts. This brings up the best batter for the Oilers, Nick Costello out of UC San Diego.
You really don't want to test the arm of Steven Lancey. He's already thrown out a pair of runners this season.
Absolutely, and Barreras in double play depth along with Nolan Tucker, the second baseman. Hannah's playing in, and Costello drives one left field, slicing away from Maddox Haley, and it's foul. Haley goes into the slide, but not after the ball lands just a couple of feet outside his reach for strike 1. Costello batting .414 this season. 12 hits in 29 at-bats. He's hit safely in 7 of his last 8 games and does have 1 home run on the year. That came against these Miners the last time these two teams faced back on June 15th. And he had all 4 of his RBIs on the season in that game on June 15th at Herman Brothers Field. Last time he played a real game, June 24th, he went just 1 for 5 against the Bucks. The pitch, driven up the middle. A slicer lands in front of Vergara, the center fielder. He scoops it up, but not after Nick Costello moves his hit streak to 8 out of his last 9 games with that single up the middle. 2 runners on. So here comes the second best hitter on Peninsula, Ben Griffin. Griffin and Costello, the only 2 members of this Kenai team, batting at least .300 on the season. The Oilers are last in batting average and last in on-base percentage in the ABL entered today. The pitch hits the upper end of the strike zone for strike 1. Ben Griffin out of Cal State Northridge. Previously went to UC Davis and El Camino College. He's a rising senior. Standing at 6'1", 210. The pitch. Dribbler down the third base side and it's Hale's foul out of play. Lancia scoops it up with the catcher's mitts, but not after a strike. The count 1-1. So Griffin, last time out, 0 for 0 with a run, a walk, and a hit by pitch on a stolen base on June 24th, 10 days ago. He went 3 for 12 in that series against the Anchorage Bucks. It's a .333 average, right around that .300 average he has for the season. Overall against the Miners, he played in both of the previous games. He's 2 for 6 with a double, 3 walks, 4 runs, and a hit by pitch. Runners on first and second for him. Pinkston at second, Costello at first. 1 out and 3-0 bottom of the first. Pitch. Runs inside. 2-1 to Griffin.
Downer forced poor contact from Griffin, going low and inside. Probably go back to that well, see if he can add another tally to the strike count.
Downer checks, Pinkston at second, goes home. Pitch is hit softly to right field. Carpenter's there. He makes the grab, slips a little bit, but Pinkston was running back to second base anyway, so he couldn't tag up. And there's 2 gone in the bottom of the first.
Great job by Caden Carpenter to make the catch, but if you're the Miners, him slipping in right field should really make you angry at the Oilers, because that shows that this field is still in rough condition, and they've had 2 days.
That's right. This game was delayed by about half an hour due to the infield being still a little bit unplayable. Seems like all the water is gone right now. The pitch. Outside to Michael Elko, the 5th hitter in the lineup, 5th of the bottom of the first, obviously. He's batting just .159 this season, 7 hits in 44 at-bats. Went just 1 for 11 in the series against the Bucks here at Coral Seymour a couple weeks ago. The pitch. Down below the knees, 2 balls, 0 strikes to Elko, hometown of College Station, Texas. Matsu closer Will Rizzo spent his first season of college in College Station, Texas for the Aggies. The pitch. In there for a strike on the outer half of the plate. 2-1 the count to Elko. He's just 1 for 7 against the Miners this season. Went 1 for 4 in the last matchup on June 15th with a couple of RBIs in that game. The 2-1 in the dirt. Good backhand scoop. Throw on a second. Can they get Pinkston the rundown? Yes, they can. Lancia throws on to Barreras with a big lead from Pinkston, and Barreras threw over to Caleb Hannes at third, who applied the tag, and Pinkston is down in the base path. 3-0 after 1. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Coral Seymour Memorial Ballpark. We've reached the top of the second inning. The first inning was a good one for Matsu, up 3-0. And they have 8-9-1 due up against Ryan Brown, who had arguably his worst inning of the season. This is his first start, and he's set to face Barreras right here. Emilio, then Caleb Hannes, then the top of the order in Nolan Tucker. Barreras batting .271 on the season. The pitch. Whistled in the left field, but directly at Drew B. Pinkston, who makes the catch on the backhand for a quick out number 1.
Austin was undoubtedly Brown's worst inning of the season. He allowed 3 runs, all of them earned. Before today, he had only allowed 2 runs total.
That's right. His first 4 outings, he allowed 0 earned runs, and he's now set to face the right-hand batter, Caleb Hannes, who just made that tag to end the bottom of the first. The third baseman of Valpo batting 167 this season, also slugging 167, 0 extra base hits. The 0-0 swings the first pitch he sees, pops it up to shallow center field. Costello ranges in a few steps and makes the grab. So 2 pitches and 2 outs for Ryan Brown to begin the top of the second.
Well, we know Nolan Tucker is just as aggressive at the plate. So Ryan Brown could go from a 3-run 25-pitch inning to a 0-run 3-pitch frame.
I guess that would be improvement. So he's gone through the order once. And here steps Hannes' teammate at college, Nolan Tucker, who had that triple to begin this game to the right center field gap. He shows bunt, pulls back, takes the pitch high at his head level, but outside for ball 1. You know, we told Tucker before the game, we joked with him, hey, what about a gapper to left center, get things going? He said, let me hit a gapper to right center that way instead of a double. It'll be a triple. He would score on a single from Cooper Vest, the 1-0. Just too high, 2-0 the count. And with it being a doubleheader in the ABL, you only play 7 innings per game in these doubleheader situations. So it makes each inning a little bit more valuable than your regular 9-inning affair. Brown's 2-0 offering sails upstairs again. 3 balls, no strikes to Nolan Tucker.
Yeah, everything feels just a little bit more urgent in these games.
Brown with a long reset, fires a 3-0. Tucker spins backwards to avoid the pitch, but it's called a strike on the inside corner.
That was a little bit of overacting on Nolan Tucker's part. Tried to sell it. He wasn't going to swing at that pitch anyway, so why not try your luck?
Absolutely. The 3-1 swung on and lifted back out of play, bringing up a full count. Nobody on, 2 outs. Miners lead 3-0 here in the top of the second inning, the first of a 5-game series that ostensibly will be played in 3 actual days here on the Kenai Peninsula. The annual trip being made right now for the Matsu Miners. The full count pitch swung on and drilled into right field past the diving stop of Groupie. Nolan Tucker is on with the base hit. He's 2 for 2 today.
Really worked the count, got it to full, fended off that 2-strike pitch on something he liked. It went high and in, and he drilled it.
So here's Cooper Vest. The first 3 batters of the order for Matsu today are a combined 4 for 4. Vest absolutely torched a pitch in the right field to score Tucker back in the first inning. The 0-0 inside, about 8 inches in front of the chest of Cooper Vest for ball 1.
Vest, we know, is an aggressive hitter, so when he sees something front door, chances are he's going to try and turn on it.
The 1-0, too high, ball 2. Big gap in left center field with Drewby Pinkston, the left fielder, shading Vest towards the left field line. Vest is a lefty, of course. The 2-0, inside and low, ball 3, 3-0.
Not many guys would think of swinging on a 3-0 count like Nolan Tucker held off, but Vest has got the power. If he sees something he likes, expect him to turn around.
Absolutely. The pitch, up high, not even close, ball 4. Cooper Vest is on with a 4-pitch walk, and it brings up Alex Vergara.
Number 16, Alex.
So now if you look at the first 4 batters of the lineup, that includes Lancia, Matsu is 6 for 6 with reaching base today. Ryan Brown in trouble yet again in back-to-back innings here at Coral Seymour alongside Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. Here's Vergara, who laced that double to the gap in his first appearance today. And he takes strike one in the outside corner. Good fastball there by Ryan Brown. Brown at a Mount San Antonio College in Walnut, California. A rising junior there. Vergara transferred to Lipscomb after last season with Weatherford. The pitch. Curveball tags the inside corner quickly. 0-2 to the third hitter in the lineup. Vergara with the double earlier in the game already has 2 on his young season. Made his debut last Thursday against the Pilots. 2 on 2 outs for him. The 0-2. Too high. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Vergara has a really even swing, so if there's something in the zone, he does a great job of keeping his bat over the plate for a longer period of time, and that's why he has so much power to drive the ball.
Ty Thomas, the third baseman, playing close to the third base bag. Not super close. The 1-2. Catches the outside corner. Vergara unhappy with the call from home plate umpire Dale Rowland. And that retires the side. Matsu threatens with 2 outs, but through 1.5, they still lead just 3-0. We'll be right back. Nothing. The score remains here in Kenai, Alaska. To my left is Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. Brendan Downer back on the bump, entering a second inning of work, which will bring up 5, 6, and 7 with Michael Elko, Ty Thomas, and Brent Wilkinson. Elko was at the dish to end last inning, but Drewby Pinkston got thrown out in a rundown between second base and third base for the third out of the frame. So the righty deals to the lefty here to begin the bottom of the second. The pitch soars in there for a strike at the knees. Downer with the glove covering his face out of the windup. Kicks and deals. The breaking ball inside and low, 1-1. The 1-1, swing and a miss. On a fastball outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Downer tosses that ball aside because Lancia, the catcher, couldn't quite get it to him. So, pitcher has a new ball. He sets to deal the 1-2. Dribbler along the first base side out of play. Elko does have 12 RBIs on the season, just 1 extra base hit. The 1-2 from Downer, fastball misses outside. Count evens up at 2-2. The pitch, inside and low, full count. Haley and Vergara shading him to go opposite field here. The payoff. Breaking ball. And he spoils it on another soft ground ball along the first base line. We'll do the full count again.
When Elko was up last time, that caught stealing came with 3 balls on his count.
The pitch. Swung on and It sails out of play.
By the Jonas brothers.
And so we know that Elko knows how to work the count, and Downer is clearly pitching around him. So you really have to attack him and make him put the ball in play.
Downer, the pitch. And Elko just gets a piece of it off the gear of Lancia, the catcher. Another foul ball on a 3-2 count.
Well, this is going to be the 10th pitch of the AB. If he's hitting pitches all the way out there, the philosophy might just be let him put the ball in play and have your fielders back you up. Throw it low, put it on the ground.
The 3-2 again, and Elko lifts it out of play again. Elko this season, again, we mentioned batting just 159. At Northwestern this past season, batted just 190. 8 hits and 42 at-bats. This season in the ABL, 7 hits and 44 at-bats. So pretty similar numbers there. Downer's 3-2, misses low, and Elko works a walk after all that.
And 11 pitch bases on balls. You got to be proud of that if you're Michael Elko. I mean, Downer did his job. He attacked the zone. That was a great battle.
That's Elko's 8th walk of the season. It brings up Ty Thomas, who has certainly struggled at the dish, batting just .083. Downer's pitch is called a strike as Thomas pulled back on showing bunts. Thomas, that .083 comes with just 3 base hits and 36 at-bats. He did homer against the Glacier Pilots back on June the 12th. He also has a double. The pitch swung on, flared into shallow right field. Carpenter on his horse, but it tails foul out of play. So Thomas with 3 base hits on the season, 2 of those are extra base hits. But he also enters with 17 strikeouts, 3rd most in the ABL. He went 0 for 4 in his last real game on June 24th against the Bucks with a pair of strikeouts. Went just 1 for 6 in that series, so he played 2 out of the 5 games against the Bucks. Downer's 0-2, swung on, hit sharply to Hannes, the third baseman. The throw is high. Tucker comes down with it with his right foot landing on second base. So Matsu just gets the force out, but there's one away with one on here in the bottom of the second.
I think it's clear that the conditions still are not great for baseball. When the ball slipped out of Caleb Hanna's hand there, Brandon Downer had to toss one baseball away. Caden Carpenter slipped in right field. It's clearly still wet down there. And they've decided that it's safe, but maybe it's not as smooth as it should be.
Definitely a possibility here. You can see the dirt. Not its normal shade. The pitch to Wilkinson, big hack and a miss on the breaking ball down the middle. Wilkinson this season batting .265. His appearance on June 15th at Matsu was the last time he played a team not named the Anchorage Bucks. That can be said for a lot of these Oilers, in fact. He takes the second pitch too high. The count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 on and 1 out. Wilkinson out of Cal State Northridge is doing the catching today instead of Josiah Chavez. And Wilkinson pops one up right here. Vest moves over near the Oilers dugout and makes the grab in foul territory for out number 2.
Now batting number 11, Michael Rada.
So here comes the right-hand batter, Michael Rada, the first baseman for Peninsula. Out of Cal Baptist University, teammates of the pitcher, Brandon Downer, out of the stretch, the pitch. Big cut and miss for strike 1. Josiah Chavez, the backup catcher today, is also a Cal Baptist guy. The 0-1. Checks his swing. Didn't go around 1-1 to Rada, who's batting just .188 this season. That is 6 hits in 32 at-bats. The 1-1. Down low, but called a strike. It seemed like it was a bit below the knees, but Downer will take that call all day, every day. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on. Here in the bottom of the second, Matsu leads 3-0. Downers 1-2 offering. Big swing and a miss, strike 3. He got his teammate at Cal Baptist, Michael Rada, to swing and miss. And the side is retired. After 2, Matsu leads 3-0.
It's the top of the third inning between the Oilers and the road Matsu Miners. But it has felt like a home game for Matsu. Popped off in the first inning with 3 runs. To my right is Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. Ryan Brown still on the hill for the Peninsula, and he's got the 4, 5, 6 hitters for Matsu. Stephen Lancia, Maddox Haley, and Caden Carpenter. Lancia walked last time up. He bats from the right side. He swings a heavy bat this season. The catcher hit the ground running and is batting .500 after joining the team just 9 games ago. The pitch. Swings and foul, tips it into the catcher's mitt. Yeah, Lancia, 14 for 28, and that first week was something special. He was batting .667 after the first few games. 0-1, swung on and fouled to the backstop. So Lancia down on the count, 0-2. Not one to strike out a whole lot. He's done it 6 times this season. And with the exception of that 3 strikeout affair against the Bucks a little over a week ago, he has only struck out once in each game in which he has recorded a K. Brown's 0-2. Swings, drives it right center field. That one hanging towards the gap. It's down. 2 hops the fence. Lancia chugs into second. He rounds for third. Picked up in the outfield, hurled to the infield, and Lancia has a stand-up triple. The second Matsu Miner to do that today. So after Nolan Tucker led off the game with a triple to the right field gap, the catcher, Stephen Lancia, does it. And that puts up a very good situation for Maddox Haley, who bats behind him. He's reached base in every single game this season, has yet to do so today, but no official at-bats after that sacrifice fly in the first. Righty on the hill, righty at the dish. Brown deals. Swings at the front door curveball, batters it to short, scooped up on the run, throw across the body to first is not in time, and Lancia scores! 4-0 Matsu on the infield hit for Maddox Haley. Things just keep going well for the M's.
Absolutely, Jesse. You said it.
Now batting number 38.
Hit the ball in play. It would have been a tough play for Elko to make. He bobbled it a little bit in his glove, but Lancia scored easily, and Haley on his horse to first. Easily safe there.
Brings up Caden Carpenter, bats from the left side. First pitch, he squares to bunt, pulls back, called a strike, lone away. Carpenter, last time up, slammed the 5th pitch he saw into right field for a hit. Made it a 3-0 game with that. Now with a 4-0 lead, he's got a runner on first and nobody out in the top of the third. The pitch. Swings, fouls it to the left side and out of play. 0-2 for Carpenter. He is prone to the strikeout every now and then. He's done that 14 times this season, puts him third on the Matsu roster in that category. Haley on first, nobody out. The 0-2, low and inside for a ball. Wilkinson slid on his knees to his right to make that grab. He checked over at Haley on first base, but shouldn't have to worry about him too much. Hasn't tried a stolen base this season. Brown's 1-2. Carpenter swings and fends off another one off to the left. Count remains 1-2, nobody out. Top of the third inning. Caden Carpenter, we know it well that he was a great player in Utah in high school. He was one of the top-ranked players by perfect game in the state. 1-2 count. Haley on first. The pitch. Carpenter swings and pops it up behind third. Tailing towards foul territory, Thomas is there, called off by the shortstop Elko, and he makes a reaching grab over his left shoulder. Out number one. Haley stays on first.
Seemed like there would be confusion that would perhaps lead to a misplay by the infielders, but good job by Elko to display that athleticism to make the grab in an unconventional way.
That brings up Landon Rogers. The designated hitter bats from the right side. First pitch. Swings, drives it opposite field, shallow right. And easy work for Owen McElpatrick to make the grab. Tailed back a little bit, but moved towards the warning track and made the grab over his shoulder for the second out. 2 pitches, 2 outs. 4-0 Miners, top of the third. Emilio Barreras, the shortstop, comes up. Maddox Haley still stranded on first.
McElpatrick took a better path of the ball on that play than he did for Lancia's triple.
First one to the lefty Barreras. He swings, drives into left field. That's down for a base hit. Center fielder comes over for it. Costello fields it in time, so Haley stays at second, but the Miners keep the inning alive.
And it should be noted that for the second time in as many at-bats, Barreras has swung on the first pitch he sees.
And that's definitely new from him. He's been an aggressive batter, but oftentimes he waits. Something has changed for him, and he's gotten much more aggressive. That brings up the 9-hitter, Caleb Hannes. He bats from the right side. Last time up, he popped out to center field. Brown deals. Front door curve, ball goes right down the middle for strike one. Hannes this season struggling when he swings, batting just .171, but he's got a .340 on base percentage. That's good. The 0-1. Curveball low and away, also catches the zone, strike two. Runners on first and second, 2 away, 4-0 Miners in the top of the third of this 7-inning affair, the first leg of a July 4th doubleheader. Righty-righty matchup. 0-2 to Hannes. Swings, drives it to second base, and through to right field. That's down for a hit. Haley rounds third. He comes to score. Emilio Barreras races into third base as well. Caleb Hannes with a 2-out, 2-strike RBI single. 5-0 Miners in the top of the third for the top of the order.
Wow, what a great piece of hitting by Hannes. You said it, with the 2 strikes on him and 2 outs. Just placed the ball opposite field on a breaking ball outside. A perfect piece of hitting for Hannes. Keeps the inning going. Tacks on another run in the process.
And he brings up his Valparaiso teammate, Nolan Tucker, who this game has been a dangerous man. He led off with a triple, then last time up also had a single. He's 2 for 2. The pitch. Swings and pops it up to short. Michael Elko under it on the infield dirt, and he makes a grab just next to his left shoulder. Matsu adds on a pair of runs to do some damage in this top of the third inning, but we move on to the bottom half of inning number 3. 9-1-2 due up for the Oilers in Brett Groupie, Owen McElpatrick, and Drewby Pinkston. We'll be back in just a moment with a 5-0 Miners lead. After Matsu adds on a pair, it's 5-0 Miners for the bottom of the third inning. With Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. The Oilers due up to bat with 9-1-2 when Brett Groupie, Owen McElpatrick, and Drewby Pinkston. Brandon Downer on for his third inning of work. The only other time he's pitched this season, he went exactly 3 innings in a 7-inning affair. That was against the Michigan Monarchs, but that was an exhibition game. Austin, this one counts.
It does, and Downer's been just as good. Just 1 hit allowed through 2 scoreless innings. Set to face the non-man right here.
Well, Brett Groupie at the plate. First pitch to the righty. Low in the dirt for a ball. And Groupie has been struggling this season, batting under that dreaded Mendoza line at 196. Just a pair of RBIs to his credit. That's 9 hits in 46 at-bats. 1-0. Just missed blown away. Downer tried the fastball, but it didn't hit. The big righty out of Cal Baptist comes set. Into the windup he goes, a 2-0. Swung on and bounced down the third base side. Groupie has played just 1 game against the Miners, and he did his best damage. Went 2 for 5 in that affair with one of his 2 RBIs on the season. Also scored a run. 2-1. Swings, laces it into left field for a hit. Brett Groupie seems to have the Miners' number. He's got a single. Throw to second base. Gets through. Throw back to second on the pickup. And Brett Groupie swipes second on a throwing error in left field. Haley just kind of lazily threw the ball in, and it missed the second baseman in Nolan Tucker, shortstop in Emilio Barreras, and Cooper Vest had to run over to grab the ball. So the Oilers gifted an extra base on that error.
Yes, and it was funny to see the second base umpire call Groupie out, even though the ball was clearly not in the glove of Barreras. Actually figured that out, call him safe.
That's right. The throw beat him, but the tag was not there. Owen McElpatrick at the plate from the right side with a runner on second. Nobody out. The pitch. He squares to bunt, but puts it to the backstop. McElpatrick last time up swung it right back to the pitcher. Hit a dribbler at Brandon Downer, and he turned it around for the out. 5-0 Miners, bottom of the third inning. Run in scoring position for the Oilers. The pitch. Swings and pops it up behind the backstop and out of play. McElpatrick down 0-2 in the count. Downer struck out 5 against the Monarchs about 9 days ago, exactly 9 days ago. He has 1 K today. That came swinging to Michael Rada. Downer's 0-2. Misses up high. Not where Lancia was expecting it. He had his glove position right at the belt of McElpatrick and at the last second had to swipe up. So a 1-2 count, runner on second, nobody out. He deals. Swings, puts it out to second base. Tucker fields it, fires onto first. He got him, but that moves Groupie over to third base with 1 away.
And Tucker had to wait for that ball to get to him because of how it was bounding on the grass and the dirt. Made the smart decision to wait for it, fielded it right around his left hip and threw on to first.
That's right. It took a while to get over there. He was in an awkward spot. Here's the lefty, Drewby Pinkston. He's the left fielder. Had an awkward game against the Miners last time. First pitch to him misses up high for a ball. In his 1 affair with Matsu, he went 0 for 1. He reached on 3 walks. He's already got a walk today. The 1-0. Swings and foul, tips it back. So while the batting line against the Miners reads that awkward 0-0-0, he's actually done quite well for himself, getting on base 60% of the time. Runner on third, 1 away. Downer stepped off the rubber to take a moment to breathe. 5-0 Miners, bottom of the third inning. Now the righty's set again. 1-1. Swung on and put out of play, foul off to the left side. 1-2 the count. Pinkston enters today batting .238 on the season. Struck out just once. The 1-2. Swings and batters it to short. Barreras fields it. The run comes home. Throw over to first, and he got him. 5-1 Miners, though, as Drewby Pinkston grounds out to bring in Brett Groupie.
Now batting number 26, Nick Costello.
Nick Costello comes up to the dish. He singled last time up. Bats from the left side. And he entered this game batting at a whopping .414 clip, one of the best marks in baseball. The pitch. Squared to bunt but pulled back. The curveball missed just low. Costello has some athlete blood in his family. The 1-0. Checks his swing up high. That's ball 2. Two-0. This is up high again. Ball 3. Costello, his grandfather Tony played football at Fordham. His dad played basketball. Also, that was at San Francisco State. 3-0 pitch comes inside for a strike. The 3-1 from Downer. Called strike, blown away. Costello motioned over towards first, but stays in the box. Full count, base is empty, 2 away here in the bottom of the third. 5-1 the Miners lead. The payoff. Check swing, missed low and inside, and he didn't go. Costello boards with a walk, and he's on base for the second time today. That brings up Ben Griffin, the designated hitter. He flied out to right field last time, up for the second out in that first inning. That was before Drewby Pinkston got caught trying to take third by a Steven Lancia pickoff attempt. The catcher had him nabbed. Righty-righty matchup, runner on first, 2 away. The pitch. Low for a ball. Lancia with that very conventional drop to both knees and cover up the 5-hole catcher tactic. 1-0. Breaking ball, caught up high and inside for a strike. And that tactic for a catcher also comes into this sort of contest where you see how fast you can jump from your knees to your feet without using your hands. 1-1. This is low for a ball. It's one of the great challenges that many people face when they try to become a catcher is, can they do that? Can they jump up from their knees to their feet in one motion? 2-1. Called strike, blown away. 2-2 count to Griffin. Downers 2-2. Breaking ball missed up high and away. A full count. Griffin entered this game batting .300 on the season. He's got 4 RBIs, but he's walked 11 times. That's most on his team. Has struck out 6 times as well. Runner on first, 2 away. Downer 3-2. Misses low. And the best man in the business at bases on balls is back on board again.
Say that 5 times fast.
No. I don't think I will.
Best man on getting on base boards. Wow. Best man. See if he's done that at any weddings.
Maybe not yet. But Matsu taking a momentary break. Pitching coach Steve Hecker comes out to the mound to talk to Brandon Downer. Walked his last 2 batters. He started this inning off, allowing a single to the 9-hitter and Brett Groupie, then forced a couple of groundouts. And that run, of course, unearned for Groupie, for Downer. Some of these guys have at least friends who have gotten married. I know there's a former Matsu Miner who proposed in Alaska. But a lot of the Miners players earlier were talking about teammates of theirs that are married, even have kids.
Yeah.
It's a weird hodgepodge. Michael Elko at the dish on the left side. Downer deals to the lefty. Misses low for a ball. Elko reached on a walk his only time up. He did that on an 11-pitch plate appearance. 1-0. Swings and foul tips it into the mitt of Lancia. 2 away, runners on first and second. A 4-run lead for the Miners. That 1 run came across in this bottom of the 3rd inning. Downer deals. Swings, laces it to third. Hannes fields it on the hop. Fires onto first. Low, but Vest catches it. Kenai adds on a run. Break up the shutout. But that's all they get. The Miners head to the bats leading 5-1 with the 2-3-4 hitters due up in Vest, Vergara, and Lancia. We'll be back for the fourth. Welcome back for the top of the fourth inning here in Kenai, Alaska. Alongside Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. Miners lead 5-1 in this first half of the fourth. 2-3-4 due up for Matt Sue and Cooper Vest, Alex Vergara, and Steven Lancia. Ryan Brown still on the hill, his fourth inning of work. Righty on the bump, lefty at the dish. Vest is 1 for 1. Singled his way aboard in the first to drive Nolan Tucker in to score the game's first run, and he walked last time up in the second, but he was left stranded on first base. Brown pitching from the stretch comes set. Third base is in. He deals. Vest swings and misses out on his front foot. Couldn't catch up to the changeup at the knees. 0-1 count for the lefty out of Brigham Young University. The pitch. Swings. He pops it up behind first base. Called off by Brett Groupie. The second baseman makes a two-handed grab on the shallow outfield grass. And 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the fourth. That brings up Alex Vergara. He doubled his first time up. That brought Cooper Vest over to third. He didn't score, but both men would end up coming around over home plate, thanks to a Maddox Haley sacrifice fly and a Caden Carpenter single. The pitch to the righty. Missed up high, the curveball hung up there. 1-0 count, 1 away, bases empty for the 3-hitter. Those runs in the first made it 3-0 Miners, but a 2-run frame in the third made it what it is now, 5-1. Brown deals from the stretch. Vergara half swings at something up at his chin and misses. 1-1 count. Vergara, no stranger to the Matsu Miners and no stranger to assistant coach Kyle Watson. It's his second stint in the Matsu Valley, but he's played for Watson before down in Texas on no fewer than 4 teams. The 1-1, he swings, pops it up down the first base side. Rada chases in for it near the stands, and he makes a two-handed grab. 2 men up, 2 men down, both by way of the pop out to the right side of the field, and that brings up the cleanup man, Steven Lancia, with 2 away and the bases empty. Still a 5-1 lead for these Miners in the top of the fourth. Lancia hit a triple his last time up. First one to him. Waits on a curveball at the knees for a strike. He smashed that triple on a fastball blown away right into the gap between right and center field. Came around to third after that. The 0-1. Swings and drives it to right center field in the gap. That's going to get down. That one hops the fence. Lancia chugs into second base, fielded by the center fielder, and will hold there. Half of the way to the cycle, Steven Lancia has a stand-up double with 2 away in the top of the 4th.
I thought he had a chance for a 3 again. Back-to-back triples would certainly be something. But yeah, he's now setting up a potential cycle. Again, just a 7-inning game, the first of a doubleheader. So that would be especially impressive if he could get a home run and a single.
That's right. Maddox Haley drove him in with an RBI single on the infield dirt last time up, so hits can come in all shapes and forms. And I'll tell you one thing, I was at an Orioles-Nationals game last year where Austin Hayes hit for the cycle before the game was rained out in the 6th inning.
Wow, that's
4
incredible.
for 4 in 6 innings, he had a cycle. Ended it with a double. It was really fun to watch. I was sitting off to the first base side. The pitch. This is low and inside for a ball. And that's where the Orioles dugout was. So everyone was going crazy. I'm not even an Orioles fan, but I was so excited. Well, Steven Lancia out on second base. Him and Nolan Tucker both have a triple and something else. Tucker has a triple and a single. They're both halfway there. Brown deals to Haley. Swings and fouls it straight back off the netting behind home. Haley, a rising sophomore out of San Diego State. Not only does he have the distinction of having reached base in every game this season, but he has hits in each of the last 6. Now 7 with that infield hit earlier. That made it a 4-0 game. Now 5-1 Miners, top of the 4th. 2 away, runner on second. The 1-1. Swings and misses, curveball low and away, had him out of his shoes. Haley not one to strike out a whole lot. He's done it 10 times this season. That coming in 67 at-bats. Brown dangles the ball right by his right thigh. Now he comes set. Haley digs in at the very back of the right-handed batter's box. The 1-2 in the dirt. This has been an out-of-character game for Ryan Brown. One, he doesn't usually start. He hasn't done that this season. But in each of his other appearances, he went just around 2 innings, allowing at most 3 hits. Well, he's allowed 4 hits in 2 separate frames today. Did that in the first and the third. That's when Matsu scored all of its runs. Runner on second, 2 away, the 2-2. Haley swings and misses. Curveball low and away at the ankles. The Miners can't do any damage in the top of the 4th, but Steven Lancia has a tiny double. 5-1, the M's lead as we move on to the bottom of the 4th. 6, 7, 8 due up for the Peninsula and Thomas, Wilkinson, and Rada. Welcome back to Coral Seymour Memorial Park in Kenai, Alaska. It's the bottom of the 4th inning. 5-1 the Miners lead the Oilers. Next to Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. New pitcher in the game for Matsu. Vinny Bianchi, the big righty out of St. John's, replaces Brandon Downer. Bianchi, of course, will be transferring to Notre Dame for next season. Doesn't know if he'll play baseball, though. As a grad student, doing business and finance And he's appeared in more games than any other pitcher for the Miners, which is a shame for Matsu because he'll be leaving the team on July 10th to go pursue his degree with the Fighting Irish. And he's got Ty Thomas, Brent Wilkinson, Michael Rada, the 6, 7, 8 hitters due up for the Oilers. No hits between those three. First one on the way. Called a strike at the knees to Thomas. Righty-righty matchup. He grounded out last time, reaching on a fielder's choice. The 0-1. Swings and foul, tips it off the dirt where it ricochets off Steven Lancia's mask, but he didn't even react.
Lancia's just that dude like Bianchi is working quickly.
0-2 pitch. Swings and fouls it off to the right side, out of play. Bianchi has pitched once against the Oilers this season, and it didn't last very long. He pitched just a third of an inning, 4 throws. The 0-2. Called strike 3 inside. Vinny Bianchi has entered the Peninsula in style, and there's 1 up, 1 down here in the bottom of the 4th. 4 pitches, all of them strikes. Makes you think of his last time he pitched against the Oilers when he did just that. Now, Bianchi on the season, 14 2/3 innings pitched, a 184 earned run average. He's got Brent Wilkinson, the catcher, due up. The righty popped out into foul ground last time. Wilkinson out of Cal State Northridge. First pitch. Fastball misses away. 1-0 count. Wilkinson comes from a college baseball family. His dad, Dennis, played catcher at Long Beach State. The pitch, foul tipped off Lancia's gear. 1-1 count. And Wilkinson said that his favorite baseball memory was hitting a walk-off home run to win a league title back in middle school. The 1-1. Misses inside for a ball. I feel like everyone remembers their little league moments more than anything else.
Absolutely. Core memories made back then.
2-1. Called strike, blown away. You got any of those little league legendary moments?
I hit a home run, my first and only on a 3-0 count.
Oh, that's a confidence builder. 2-2. Called strike 3, blown away. Bianchi is rolling. 2 straight Ks to open up his outing. 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th with the bases empty. 5-1 the Miners lead, and that brings up Michael Rada. Guess what? He struck out his last time up, just like those last 2.
Man, it's going to be sad to see Vinny go, especially with how well he's been pitching.
He deals. Just missed up high. Yeah, missing the good pitching is one thing, but he's also just a great clubhouse guy. Everybody on the team loves him.
Oh, yeah.
The 1-0. Backdoor slider, called a strike. Yeah, Bianchi, he's sort of the first one to all of those team events, and he says hi to everybody. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, fastball at the knees. He's working well, a 1-2 count for Rada. Bianchi 1 pitch away from striking out the side. Here he goes, the 1-2. Swing and a pop-up down the first base line. Vest calls off Bianchi in foul territory and makes the running one-handed grab just above his head. Vinny Bianchi open and shut. Quick as that. 1-2-3. We move on to the 5th inning. The Miners up 5-1 with the 6, 7, 8 hitters due up in Carpenter, Rogers, and Barreras. We'll be back in just a moment.
After 4, the Miners lead the Oilers 5-1. Ryan Brown still on the bump for Peninsula. And he's set to face the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in Ty LeBrun's lineup. Caden Carpenter, Landon Rogers, and Emilio Barreras set to square off for the third time in today's first of 2 games here on Independence Day from Alaska. To my left is Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barrett. Carpenter so far today is 1 for 2. Laced an RBI single back in the first and popped out to short back in the third. Brown sets out of the stretch and fires home. It's in the dirt, ball 1.
Caden Carpenter swinging a hot bat lately. He's got hits in each of the last 3 games, including today. And I say hits, excluding today. He had a pair of knocks back on Friday, 3 the day before.
He's been swinging a hot bat, that's for sure. Brown's 1-0 offering is swung on and trickled back to the backstop. Count evens up at 1 apiece. And we had a great conversation with Caden yesterday, and he said that he's been really into reading books about the brain and the subconscious mind. He even read a book called The Power of the Subconscious Mind by Joseph Murphy. That's not a free ad, but the 1-1 here. Swung on, and a sock ground of the first baseman. Rada scoops it up and steps on the bag for out number 1. That retires Carpenter. But Carpenter, he says when he's swinging a hot bat like he's been, his approach is much better. He thinks more clearly. This time he'll have to think about that out as he jogs back to the dugout. 1 away here in the top of the 5th.
I think the way he put it is he likes to dwell on the positive, not the negative, so he'll be thinking about that single.
Yes. Here's Landon Rogers, the DH. And he stares at a strike, I guess at the knees, strike 1.
Yeah, that looked a little low. I thought that might have been right by his socks, but the umpire has had a wide strike zone. Dale Rowland behind the dish.
The 0-1 to Landon, and he has a big hack and a big miss. Strike 2 on the outside corner.
He's someone who benefits from playing a lot of games in a short period of time. He had his best stretch last week when the Miners played a doubleheader and then a couple games over the weekend. Hits in every single one of them.
Yes, Landon 0 for 2 so far today. The 0-2, and he leaves it low and outside. He had that 5-4-3 double play out in the first inning that ended the inning. Then he had a fly out to right field in the third. Brown's 1-2. Swung on in it. Shot right back up the middle. Landon has another base hit, his 8th of the season, and that single brings aboard Emilio Barreras with 1 gone in the top of the 5th.
Emilio Barreras.
Millie's someone who's having sort of an underrated season at the plate. He's been one of the most reliable players. While the batting average might not be up there, he has a hit in every other game.
3-game hit streak now, 4 with that single back in the third. And this time he takes the first pitch he sees for the first time today for a strike right above the knees.
Yeah, Barreras has yet to go 2 full games without a hit.
That's incredible. He also leads this team with 14 RBIs. The 0-1 misses in the dirt. Wilkinson quickly there to scoop it up. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and 1 on in a 5-1 Matsu lead in the top of the 5th. Again, just a 7-inning game today with another 7-inning game tonight. After Sunday and Monday's games were washed out because of the rain. The 1-1 sails outside, ball 2. Barreras, speaking of having a good bat, has only struck out 4 times among everyday starters. That's by far the best mark on the team.
Might be the best in the league.
The 2-1. Swing and a hard foul ball out of play down the first base line. 2-2 the count to Barreras.
I mean, think about how difficult that is. 18 games, 4 strikeouts. That means if you have an at-bat 3 times a game, you're striking out, once every, 18 at-bats?
I mean, he entered today with 70 at-bats and just 4 strikeouts. The 2-2 skips in the dirt about 1.5 feet in front of home plate. Wilkinson stops it with his chest protector, bringing up a full count. So Let's pull up the old calculator here.
I think it's like once every 14 at-bats.
17 and a half, yeah. Incredible stuff out of Emilio. Strikes out just once every 17.5 at-bats.
You were smart to bring out the calculator.
The payoff pitch, swung on, hit high into center field. Back is Costello, but he has room well in front of the warning track for out number 2 as Rogers runs back to first base.
Now batting number 7, Caleb.
So this brings up the 9-man in the order, Caleb Hannes, who had an incredible opposite field single that brought home a run back in the 3rd inning. That marked the 5th run of the game for Matt Sue. Now he steps in the righty batter's box with 2 outs, 1 on. The pitch, just below the knees, ball 1.
Caleb was really pumped up after his RBI single last time up. He gave first base coach Steve Hecker a huge high five after it and said, "Let's go."
Let's go right here. The 1-0 is popped up behind the second base bag. Elko, the shortstop, ranges over and makes the grab with the left hand for out number 3. Well, through 4.5, Matsu still leads 5-1 with 9-1-2 due up in the bottom of the 5th for the Oilers. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight.
Fourth of July rolls along here in Kenai, Alaska. To my left is Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. And Vinny Bianchi back on the bump for the Matsu Miners, entering his 2nd inning of work. Dealing with 9-1-2 and Brett Groupie, Owen McElpatrick, and Drew B. Bingston. Groupie, the 9-hitter, had an RBI, not an RBI, but singled back in the 3rd, reached to second base on a throwing error. The pitch drills the outside corner for strike 1. Groupie began the day batting just 196. The 0-1, too low, 1-1 the count. And as Jesse, you mentioned when he had that single, that was his 3rd hit in 6 at-bats against the Miners this season. He's done a good job so far, and he takes a breaking ball just below the knees. 2-1 the count to 9-hitter Groupie out of Central Missouri.
40% of his hits have come against 30 against Matsu.
The 2-1 is flared, but tails out of play down the right field line.
Oh no, it hit a kid in the head. He wasn't looking. Oh no. He's standing up. I think he's okay, but man, that had to hurt.
Bianchi's 2-2. Groupie checks his swing and leaves it inside, bringing up a full count. Bianchi's payoff pitch to Groupie is laced back up the middle, a single in a shallow center field. Throw goes back onto first. Groupie is on with a single. That was actually very interesting. Vergara fielded the ball with a lot of urgency, got it to Barreras, who then spun around to Vest with a lot of urgency. It almost seemed like a pre-planned idea, almost like Tyler Brunn and company scouted that Groupie takes big leads when he rounds first base.
Well, I think that's what must have happened the first time with that error that put him on second.
That's right, yes. So this brings up the top of the order. The 3rd time around for McElpatrick and company, the leadoff man, the right fielder for the Oilers. Pitch 1 is outside and low.
By the way, an update on the young man who got hit with a foul ball. Well, there's a number of people tending to him. Looks like his eyes are open and he's sitting down with a bunch of care around him.
That is good. Good news right there. Large crowd today on the 4th of July here in Kenai. Bianchi's 1-0. Spins in the strike zone. 1-1 the count to McElfatrick. Large showing here at Coral Memorial. A great day for baseball. You can smell the grill from here in the press box. The 1-1 runner goes, and the pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. So Groupie has to retreat back to first base. This season, he has wheels, 7 for 8 on stolen base attempts. Had a stolen base against these Miners back on June 9th. That was, of course, before Lancia joined the 2023 Matsu team.
Yeah, Lancia and Vergara, your center fielder and catcher for Matsu, both all ABL last season, and both of them back.
1 on, nobody out. Bottom of the 5th. Miners lead 5-1. The 1-2 pitch. Runner goes. Strike on a swing and a miss. The throw down to second base. Not in time. Groupie avoided the tag going wide of the base. But McElfatrick is down on a swinging strike 3. 1 gone with a runner in scoring position.
It was a great throw by Lancia, but Groupie had a really solid slide where he just moved his hips off to his right to avoid the tag and toe tapped the bag.
So this brings up Ruby Pinkston. He bats in the left side of the box. He walked in the first, got caught stealing back to end the first inning, then grounded out to Barreras, the shortstop, back in the third. 1 on, 1 out. The pitch inside, ball 1. Hannes, the third baseman, playing at the edge of the infield grass, as he has done so often this season. 11 hits to 3 in favor of the road team, the Matsu Miners. Bianchi's pitch. He swung on and fouled to the backstop, evening up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Matsu has led this entire game. Began with a barrage of hits back in the first. Scored 3 runs in that opening frame. Bianchi's 1-1. Hits the outside corner on the breaking ball. 1-2.
Vinny's got a really good curveball, fastball combination. It'll be interesting to see how he plays with it with this 2-strike count.
Vinny's 1-2. Outside. 2-2.
Pinkston has had a solid day, had that RBI ground out back in the third as well as a walk, but his reckless base running ended that first inning with him getting caught stealing at third.
The 2-2. Trickles one down the third base line. Hannes watches it, now fields it, fakes the throw. Pinkston is safe on an infield hit. And McElfatrick, rather Groupie, runs over to third. Runners on the corners for the Oilers.
That's just such a jam if you're Caleb Hannes, because from our vantage point, it's easy to say that, oh, look, the ball clearly was not going to go back foul, but had weird movement on it and jumped over the grass instead of moving back off the lip, and he was just caught sleeping. There's not much you can do other than, if your Hannes, maybe just charge any ball coming your way, and then you can watch it to see if it's going to trail off foul.
Yeah, that swinging bunt, if you will, was right down the third base line. It brings up the dangerous Nick Costello with runners in the corner, 1 out. The pitch is in there on the outside corner, strike 1. Costello, of course, batting .414 on the season. The 5'11", 205 UC San Diego product, a rising redshirt junior, is 1 for 1 on the day with a walk back in the third. The pitch. Tails below the knees, 1-1 the count to Costello, who has 3 extra base hits in the ABL this season, including a home run back at Matsu on June 15th. A home run here would be a 3-run homer, would bring it to a 1-run game. Bianchi's pitch. Down the middle, strike 2, 1 ball, 2 strikes to the big lefty.
This is where you earn the big bucks as a pitcher. Can you come through in these clutch scenarios where the ball is bounced anything but your way? Can you rebound?
Out of the stretch, Bianchi's 1-2, swung on and roped in a right field. In comes Carpenter, and he makes a diving catch. Groupie scores from third on the tag up, but not after Carpenter charges in and makes a headfirst sliding attempt, and an attempt that was successful for out number 2. It's a 5-2 game.
How about that? Caden Carpenter, he went airborne. That wasn't just a slide forward. He left both feet and went parallel to the ground. That shows true athleticism and good awareness by him to know that even after a highlight reel grab, he had to get up and still at least try to throw the runner out at home.
So here's Ben Griffin. He bats on the right side. The pitch sails in for a strike on the outside corner just above the knees. Pinkston still on first. Griffin at the dish right here. Flew out to Carpenter, back in the first, and worked a walk in the third. It's a 5-2 game, bottom of the fifth. Bianchi's 0-1, misses outside on the fastball, 1-1 the count to Griffin. Today he is the designated hitter. He also plays catcher. Hometown of Los Angeles, California. Pitch. Tags the inside corner on the breaking ball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs, 1 man on, and a 5-2 bottom of the fifth in favor of Matsu. Bianchi's pitch gets Griffin a swing and a miss on some high cheese. Bianchi earns his 4th punch-out of relief work here in Kenai today, and that retires the side. Peninsula scores 1 more run, but after 5, Matsu still leads 5-2. We'll be right back. Well, the Oilers tacked on 1 run in the bottom of the 5th, but still trail the Matsu Miners 5 runs to 2 entering the 6th inning with the top of the order due up for Ty LeBrun's squad with Nolan Tucker, Cooper Vast, and Alex Vergara. And Ryan Brown still on the hill. He has settled down a bit after that 3-run first inning. This is by far the longest outing for him this season in Alaska. Previously, his longest outing was 2 2/3 innings at Chugiak back on June 13th. Here he is entering his 6th inning of work.
A lot of guys use summer ball to transition to a starting role.
That's right. Today is his first start. First pitch to Tucker. He takes it inside and low, ball 1. Tucker today, a triple in the first, a single in the second, and a pop out to short in the third. The 1-0 misses high, ball 2. Tucker batted .298 this season at Valpo in 47 games. He's seen that average climb so far this season in the ABL as he takes a strike high and outside. He began this season in Alaska with a rather low batting average, but game by game that has climbed, and he's been hot as of late, evidence with those 2 hits to start the game in the first and second as he takes another strike on the outside corner, 2-2 the count to him, and he's been rewarded by LeBrun with another game here in the leadoff spot.
Something he did a lot during the college season at Valparaiso after his current teammate Caleb Hanna suffered an injury.
That's right. Brown's 2-2 nearly hit him. I think it actually went behind Tucker, if not right in front of him. The count runs full.
Tucker's someone with a lot of power. He hasn't really shown it this season, but the dude is basically made of muscle.
That's right.
He can really turn a pitch around.
He's got some pop. Outfielder is playing rather respectfully for him. Right fielder McElpatrick back there and right. The 3-2. Swung on and lifted out of play. Tucker, of course, 4 home runs this season, as we've alluded to in previous broadcasts. That included a stretch of 3 consecutive games for him back in February, where he hit a dinger in each one of those 3 contests, back-to-back games for him. But this is July the 4th. Happy Independence Day. The full count. Pitch is taken on a ride into center field, but Costello backs up and moves in for out number 1.
Not the outcome you want if you're Tucker, but still a 7-pitch at-bat is one of the better things you can give to your team as a leadoff man. It's not exactly like you're figuring out Brown anymore, but more trying to tire him out.
That's right, and there's a little bit of warm-up action going on in that Oilers bullpen, but not a whole lot. Cooper Vest at BYU steps in. He's a lefty. The pitch from the righty Brown misses outside, ball 1. Vest today belted that RBI single in the first, walked in the second, and popped out to the second baseman, Groupie, back in the 4th. Brown's 1-0. Swung on, drilled, but out of play down the first base line. 1-1 the count to Cooper Vest. And when Vest gets a hold of it, man, does he hit hard line drives.
Well, his hips come forward first in his swing, and it's so much earlier than his hands that he's generating so much torque that he can just rip the ball.
Torque is a great word for it. The 1-1. That's outside. 2-1 the count to Cooper.
I was just trying to demonstrate in our broadcast booth how he does it just while I was explaining it, and I think I pulled a muscle trying to do what Cooper Vest does on the average.
The same muscle you pulled earlier?
No, I didn't actually pull a muscle, but it's tough.
The 2-1, swung on, and a big hut puts the ball to the backstop. 2-2 the count.
But what I'm trying to illustrate is that what he does is so hard to do for even the average baseball player, let alone the average person. That's why he hits the ball so hard, because he has that kind of flexibility.
The 2-2. Strike 3 call on a pitch that seemed just below the knees. Vest disagrees with home plate umpire Rollin. Well, that's the second out of the inning. 2 up, 2 down in the top of the 6th.
Now batting number 16, Alex Vergara.
Well, here's a guy with another bout of power. Vergara had 23 home runs during the college season. That's unreal.
Yeah, he has insane power. We were taking fly balls with him yesterday on the rainout. So the 0-0 misses outside. And to see Vergara's arm up close and personal as we were struggling to get the ball back to assistant coach Kyle Watson with Tyler Brudd hitting him to us was certainly a powerful thing to see. The 1-0 to Vergara, and he fouls one to his dugout, but boy does Vergara throw it effortlessly. He's got a frozen rope attached to that right arm.
And we're playing on this Little League field. He was up near the warning track just lobbing it over to first base from left field with ease. I think I struggled to get it to the infield, and that's like 50 feet. Okay, I didn't struggle that much. But again, to illustrate the point, Alex Vergara has a strong arm. I saw you side-eyeing me after that. You were getting it there pretty well, though.
For a little bit until I wore out. The 1-1 catches the outside corner, 1-2. It was fun. It certainly was fun to shag those fly balls yesterday off the bat of Ty. Just fielding it was with us two, Vergara, and Sebastian Tomerlin. Also an outfielder here for Matsu.
Tomerlin's a funny guy. He told us one of his favorite movies is Cars.
That's right. The 1-2 to Vergara misses low and away, stopped by Wilkinson in the lefty batter's box.
And he was wearing those movie 3D glasses while we talked to him. So we must have been in like 90 or 6. Does it multiply? Does it square?
Oh, I can't even imagine what he was seeing.
Are we in 3D right now?
No.
That's good.
I hate 3D.
Nobody on, 2 outs. The pitch. And a big hack and miss. Got him with a fastball. Vergara down for the second time today on strikes. But the Miners still lead 5-2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Vinny Bianchi still pitching. You'll see his third inning of work as we come back in a few minutes. We'll be right back. Five, 6, and 7 due up for the Peninsula Oilers. Working against Vinny Bianchi. Elko, Thomas, and Wilkinson due up for the home team. Bianchi entering his third inning of work after the starter Brandon Downer went 3 innings, allowing just 2 hits. Bianchi's allowed just 2 hits so far in his relief appearance. Elko today 0 for 1 with a walk and a ground out. The 0-0. Down the middle, but below the knees, ball 1.
Yeah, laterally, it was down the middle, but just dipped a little too low.
Bianchi, the righty, out of the windup against Elko, the lefty, the 1-0. Getch is the outside part of the plate. 1-1 the count. The pitch, looped in a shallow left field, but Haley races over and makes the grab. He made that look easy for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th.
Hung up there just long enough for the sled dog to make his journey. That's really tough to read, those shallow fly balls, because they've got that weird spin on them, but Haley just bolted the second he saw it. That confidence comes with having Alex Vergara there to back him up in center.
Here's Ty Thomas, the righty. Rolls it over to Breres. The shortstop fires on a first in time by a stride and a half. A quick out, and there's 2 gone already in the bottom of the 6th.
This is what makes Vinny Bianchi such a solid pitcher for Matsu, and what will make him such a tough loss is that he does what pitching coach Steve Hecker has been trying to emphasize so perfectly, which is force other teams to hit the ball on the ground.
That's right. Bianchi does not mess around. The pitch in there for a strike to Brent Wilkinson, today's catcher. Popped up in the 2nd, struck out looking in the 4th off of Bianchi. The 0-1. Once again, tags the outside corner, quickly 0-2. Bianchi has tossed 3 walks in his past 2 outings. Both of those came against the Glacier Pods, but today he's been superb. The 0-2, upstairs ball 1. Perhaps a chase pitch that he can afford to throw ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody on, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. The pitch. He barely grabs a piece of it on the end of the bat. Wilkinson stays alive on the foul ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes again.
Vinny has kept his pitch count low. 13 pitches in the 4th, 23 in the 5th. This will be his 10th.
His 1-2, swung on, popped up. Potentially in playable for Vests, but he lunges into the stands. Can't make the plays. It lands a couple rows in, so we'll do the 1-2 again. Just shows again how many fans are in attendance today. A lot of those bleachers there on the first base side filled up. A lot of bleachers in the third base side filled up. strong showing, probably 1,000 plus here at Coral Seymour Memorial Field on this July 4th, the first of a 2-game doubleheader. Bianchi sets and deals. The 1-2 misses outside. 2-2.
You remember that kid who got hit with the foul ball earlier? Well, that last foul ball missed him by like a foot. He was sitting back in his chair.
Out on swivel, the 2-2. Swung on, and that one's popped out of play again. This one misses the fan section. Way to play. 2-2 again.
We'll talk about a magnet. Every now and then, life just has that day for you.
Yeah.
I don't think the kid got to keep either ball.
What a shame. Bianchi's 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got Wilkinson to chase one outside. Bianchi retires the side in order. We head to the 7th and final frame in just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Five to 2, your score in favor of the Matsu Miners as we enter the 7th inning here in a 7-inning first of 2 games on the 4th of July. A new pitcher on the hill for Peninsula, number 23, Drew Dixon. He relieves the starter Ryan Brown, who went 6 innings, his longest outing by far here in the ABL, allowing 5 earned runs on 11 base hits.
Threw exactly 100 pitches in those 6 innings. That's his first real test.
So here's Dixon, another Northwestern guy here for the Oilers. He has a 6 flat ERA on the year. That is 6 earned runs in conveniently 9 innings pitched. He has given up exactly 5 hits and exactly 3 earned runs in each of his last 2 appearances. June 14th at the Pilots and June 24th versus the Bucks. He earned the loss that last time out a couple of Saturdays ago, the last time the Oilers played a real game. Of course, they played 3 exhibition contests last week, and he's set to face the heart of the order, Lancia, Haley, and Carpenter for the Miners. Lancia laces over the outstretched arms of Thomas, rounds first base, heading for second. That's way in the corner for Pinkston. He throws into the infield, but not after. Steven Lancia has a stand-up double, his second double of the game, his 3rd extra base hit of the afternoon, and he's now 4 for 4 on reaching base today. Steven Lancia, his hot streak just continues. Wow.
He's got 10 total bases today. He's 3 for 3 with a walk. All of his hits have been for extra bases, and he's even scored a run, too.
Brings up Maddox Haley with a runner in scoring position. He struck out swinging back in the 4th. The pitch. Down low on the breaking ball, ball 1. He also, Haley, had that infield RBI single back in the 3rd and a sac fly for an RBI back in the 1st. Another opportunity for a ribby here in the 7th. Came in with 8 RBIs on the season. The pitch. Catches the outside corner, 1-1 the count to Maddox. Out of San Diego State, La Mesa, California. A rising sophomore, just 18 years old. He'll turn 19 on August 6th, which could be the last day of the season. a potential third game of the championship game as he rolls one out of play down the third base line. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Maddox.
Yeah, you're thinking way down the line. We haven't even reached the halfway point.
That's right. Today was supposed to be the start of the second half of the regular season, but after those washouts on Sunday and Monday, tomorrow will have to be the official start of the second half of the regular season for Matsu. This is game 19 of 40 of the regular season. The 1-2 to Maddox. Tails outside. 2-2 the count.
Haley swings a good bat. We remarked early on the season how he had struggled, but still, he's reached base in every game.
Dixon checks Lancey at second. Kicks and deals home. The pitch. Fouled back, out of play to the backstop. We'll do the 2-2 thing again. Haley with that single back in the third extended his streak to 12 out of the last 13. And that on-base streak to every game he's played so far this season. He has something in his eye, calls for time, is rewarded with it. And now recollects himself and is back in the box. 1 on, nobody out. Miners lead 5-2 in the top of the 7th. Dixon out of the stretch. He deals. And he gets him to swing and a miss on a backdoor curveball. 1 gone. So this brings up Caden Carpenter.
How about number 38, Caden?
We had alluded to a conversation with him yesterday, talking about how he reads books about the mind and how good that's been for him as of late in the recent years. First pitch he sees this inning, tails outside, ball 1. He also told us a story back over this past Christmas break. He was in his room by himself and he was pissed off for some unknown reason. Then it dawned upon him that he's got a house to live in and drawers with clothes, and there wasn't a reason to be mad anymore as he takes another pitch upstairs, 2-0 the count to the right fielder, Caden Carpenter. You know, he says when he's hitting well, he has that approach, as we alluded to. Every at-bat likes to think about timing up the fastball, being ready for the breaking ball, going to the opposite field, and if it's high, stay middle. Now he's got a hitter's count for him right here. We'll see what his approach is with a runner in scoring position, 1 out. Top of the 7th, the pitch. Catches the outside corner on the breaking ball. 2-1. And Carpenter says, was that outside? To the home plate umpire, Rollin, he says, just got the outside corner. So Carpenter steps back in the box. Dixon resets. Out of the stretch. The pitch. Tags the outside corner on another breaking ball. 2-2 the count to Carp.
Good philosophy from him. I mean, how lucky are we to be sitting here in fine weather on the Kenai Peninsula eating a couple corn dogs on the 4th of July.
Oh, very lucky.
Watching baseball at that, too.
America's pastime on America's birthday. How about it? The 2-2 to Carpenter. Low for ball 3. The count runs full. Matsu leads the hit count today, 12-4. And the runs count, the category that matters, 5-2. The payoff pitch, too high. That's ball 4. Carpenter doesn't really know it. No, he does. And he throws his bat and will conveniently walk on over to first base with his 16th walk of the season. That extends the team high. And it brings up Lennon Rogers now with 2 on and just 1 out in the 7th. Landon singled his last time up the middle, back in the 5th. Dixon's pitch is corked in the left center field. Dixon running over to his left makes the sliding grab for out number 2. The runners cannot advance. Impressive stuff out of Pinkston, the left fielder. Brings up Barach with 2 gone. Emilio today, 1 for 3. Sends all 3 of his at-bats into the outfield. A single back in the third was the best of them. He had a line out to left and a fly out to center as well. The pitch in the dirt. Rather, that was a foul ball that contorted back to the backstop. 0-1 the count to Emilio. Lancey on second, Carpenter on first. 2 away. The Miners lead 5-2 in the top of the 7th. Dixon's 0-1 offering is swung on and in the air to left field, shallow left field. Has a chance to land, but Pinkston again makes the diving grab. Drewby Pinkston with back-to-back layouts that he caught in the air retires the side. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. And once again, Vinny Bianchi in, and he's got a save opportunity when we return in just a few minutes. Well, we're trying to be believing in the Matsu Miners, inching closer to win number 10 on the season. Vinny Bianchi in for the win attempt here in this 7-inning affair, facing the 8-9 one-batters in Michael Rada, Brett Grupe, and Owen McElpatrick. Bianchi in for his 4th inning of work after the starter Downer went 3 innings. Matsu leads 5-2. Pitch swung on, popped up in the air, but out of play.
Foul ball brought to you by Christie Badcock State Farm.
Got a nice comment here from Corey Daly, who we met last week in Palmer. He's back with the family in Idaho, but cheering on the Miners as he always does. Bianchi's pitch, tails inside, 1-1 the count. Cooking up some barbecue back in Idaho. Nothing like some barbecue, some baseball on the 4th of July. Bianchi's 1-1 is swung on. Popped up in a shallow center field. Nolan Tucker, the second baseman, is there for the grab, and out number 1 in the 7th.
Miners have support from all over the country. Although I know for a fact that my family is not watching because my dad is currently on national TV with the Boston Pops.
That's right.
Yeah, pianist for them on their 4th of July spectacular at the Hat Shell. Although I think it might have ended. Not sure. Can't really get it out here. So just wishing him good luck, even though it's probably post.
The Boston Pops, that's also a spectacular to watch every year. The pitch. In there for a strike on the inside part of the plate. 0-1 to Grupe. You got the fireworks. What's it? The Esplanade there in
The
Boston.
Esplanade, yeah, you got it.
The 0-1. Tails outside. You know, remember back on June 1st that morning when we went to the airport. I think I saw the Esplanade. One of the last things as you drive into East Boston, where Logan Airport is. Bianchi's 1-1, catches the inside corner, 1-2.
Probably also saw a glimpse of my dad dropping me off at the airport. I didn't want to drive my car there, so I had him drop me off at 5 in the morning.
It's 10:30 now on the East Coast. The 1-2 is lined over the head of Cooper Vest down the right field side. Grupe rounds first. Carpenter races over, throws into second base, but not quite in time. Grupe has a double and his 3rd hit of the afternoon. He's 3 for 3.
The average won't tell you that Groupie hits this well unless you look at his splits against the minors. He's 5 for 8 against Natsu. The idea comes up, do you just intentionally walk him now?
Perhaps, I don't know. Groupie has certainly been the kryptonite of Matsu, but this brings up Owen McElfatrick. The leadoff man is, well, not 3 for 3, rather 0 for 3 today. Entered batting 243 out of Northwestern. Bianchi's pitch. Called strike in the inside part of the plate, 0-1. So your leadoff man 0 for 3. Your 9 batter 3 for 3. We'll see if the lineup changes as this series progresses. McElfatrick rolls one over to Barreras. The shortstop delivers a strike on a first base for out number 1. Groupie charges over to third base. Pardon me, that was actually out number 2. Rada, as I now recall, popped out to Tucker. So now Peninsula down to its final out.
That was a while ago. It was several barbecues in Boston Pops ago.
So here we go. Groupie, that runner on third, does not really mean anything for Bianchi and company, sporting a 3-run lead, 5 runs to 2 here in the bottom of the 7th. The pitch. Too far inside, ball 1. Bianchi out of the stretch. Fires home. Down the middle, strike 1. 1-1 the count to Pinkston. Pinkston today had a walk in the first, ground out to Barreras in the third, and singled back in the 5th. Bianchi's 1-1. Hits the outside corner, called a strike 1-2. Pinkston just stares at it, can't believe it. So Peninsula down to its final strike. Matsu trying to get back in the win column after a hiatus. Haven't played since Friday. Bianchi's 1-2. Just off the edge of the plate. Count evens up at 2 apiece.
This team hasn't played since a week ago. Saturday hasn't won in 2 weeks.
That's right. Since the solstice. The 2-2. Swung on. Lifted into shallow left field. In comes Haley, and he makes the grab. And that's the ball game. Rather, that was Alex Vergara making the grab in left field with Tomlin in center. But nonetheless, Matsu secures a win in the Peninsula. Your final score, 5-2. Matsu takes the first of a 2-game doubleheader here on the 4th of July. Impressive outings from both Brandon Downer and Vinny Bianchi. And the Miners are above 500 once again.
Well, it feels like Matsu keeps yo-yoing between that 500 and above point. The M's have yet to fall below 500, but it's just been a lot of sitting on the edge right there. Well, there's a second game today, another doubleheader tomorrow, and then they finish off this series on Thursday. So without a doubt, this team will not be 500 by the end of this road trip to Kenai. And this is a make or break point. This next game will mark the halfway point in the season, 50% of the way. And Tyler Brunn told his team, you choose your destiny. You tell yourselves where you want to be and what you want to make out of this season. And it's moments like this where you decide whether or not you want to be a champion.
That's right. Long way from being crowned champions, but today was a good start today in the first of 2 games with a 5-2 win. Great energy out of the gate with that 3 spot in the top of the first with 4 consecutive batters reaching base. And so that's your final for the first of the doubleheader here on Independence Day. Your final score, 5-2. We'll be back for coverage of the second game in roughly 30 minutes or so. We'll keep you guys updated on the YouTube channel, but thanks for watching the first of 2 games today with Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. We'll see you soon.
Gerald Miller.
Oilers sit at the absolute bottom of the Alaska Baseball League, so it's the Miners and the Oilers in this one. Matt and Emilio Barreras at shortstop. Sebastian Tomerlin making his first batting appearance of the day, out as a center fielder in the 8th spot. He played a little bit of defense in the last leg of this doubleheader in the last inning of that 7-inning affair. And then Caleb Hannons rounds it out at third base in the 9th spot. Pitching for Matt Sue is the lefty Ace Whitehead out of Texas. Then for this Oilers lineup, it's Owen McElpatrick at shortstop, Droopy Pinkston in left field, Nick Costello in center, Ben Griffin batting cleanup at catcher, Theo Forche, the third baseman, Josiah Chavez at designated hitter, Leighton Helfrich in right, batting 8th, William Grimm at first, and then Ryson Ujimori at first. So, Austin, Matsu won the last game with a heavy offensive showing at the beginning. How does that translate to Game 2?
Hit early and often. It was a barrage of hits to start the last game. High energy. And I talked to Braden Rogers between the games. He's not in the starting lineup, but he said that the energy in the top of the first was awesome, set the tone for the game. We'll see what happens here in game number 2.
Leading off for Matsu is Nolan Tucker. He had a productive first game, especially in that first inning. Triple to lead things off. Ended up with a 2-for-4 line and a run scored. Your umpiring crew, Dale Rowland behind the dish, Luis Alvarado at third, Nathan Sessler at first. The Oilers, with black jerseys and white pants, red script lettering across the chest with their numbers on the lower left side of their bodies, white outline on that writing. The Miners have gray pants with their blue 4th of July jerseys, the American flag print over their numbers and their letters. And there is an anthem battle between these two benches. Braden Rogers is standing off to the third base side with a red, white, and blue cowboy hat with his hand over his heart. And then the backup catcher for this Peninsula side, in Brent Wilkinson, is off to the right field side, joining him. The umpires are talking this over. Rogers hasn't moved. Neither has Wilkinson. The Peninsula coach is out down the third base line to talk things over. And Braden Rogers loses the battle. Oh, he goes back to the dugout. Brent Wilkinson pumps his fist. He won the national anthem battle. He stayed out there longer. So that's a fun one for those guys. The umpire has threatened ejection to the players, and Brent Wilkinson gets to retreat to his dugout while staying in the ballpark with a win. But Braden Rogers was still having a fun time over there. Okay, let's get to it.
That's great stuff.
Nolan Tucker lead things off. First pitch, he swings and misses. That one above his shoulders. Evan Langer on the hill, the righty making his second appearance of the season through one inning against the Bucks. 0-1. Misses low and inside, a 1-1 count. He allowed one hit, no runs in that inning back on June 22nd. Walked one, struck out one as well. The 1-1. Tucker waits on a changeup above the belt, ball 2. Langer didn't pitch at all during the college season at Cal State Northridge. 2-1. Tucker swings and cues it foul to the left. A 2-2 count. In that first game, Tucker led off with another 2-strike count and then fired that triple on the fifth pitch he saw. Well, here's pitch number 5 from Langer. Backdoor curveball missed up high and away, and it's a full count for Tucker.
Good eye right there. Hard to lay off that one, but he knew exactly where that pitch was.
So a full count to the first batter of game 2. He deals. Swing and a miss. Evan Langer starts off on the right foot. There's one up, one down for Matsu in the top of the first. That brings up Cooper Vest, the first baseman for the Miners. In the last game, the BYU product went 1 for 3 with an RBI, a run, a walk, and a strikeout. Did just about everything you can do on the baseball field. He hits the ball really hard. moves his hits way in front of his hands, generates a lot of torque. First pitch doesn't require a swing. Change-up missed high and away for ball 1. Vest generates a lot of power with the way that he just screws his bat around to meet the ball. 1-0. Swings and pops it foul over the backstop.
Foul ball brought to you by Keeping It Moving.
I mean, when you look at this Matsu lineup as a whole, the only difference from Game 1 to Game 2 today is that Landon Rogers, Game 1's DH, is out of the lineup in replacement of Sebastian Tomlin in center field. Vergara moves to the left.
1-1. This is high and away. That's right. Tyler Brunn, the head coach, might be finding a formula to his lineup at this point in the season. The 2-1. Swings and pops it up behind first base. William Grimm is there in foul ground, reaches up with one hand and makes a grab just right of his head. 2 away with nobody on in the top of the first, and that brings up Alex Vergara, the left fielder.
Operating number 16, Alex Vergara.
He had a very productive first game, 1-for-4, and scored a run, although struck out twice. But almost everyone in that Matsu lineup recorded a hit in the first game.
Yeah, unbelievable as we were going through it. Like, all 9 guys got hits. Incredible.
The first pitch to Vergara misses up high. I think you were right when you told me away from the mics that was the first time that had happened this season.
At least it feels like it.
The 1-0. Front door curveball called a strike.
7 of the 9 batters had exactly 1 hit. Tucker had 2, and Lancia had 3.
Whoa, wow. Steven Lancia has been on a tear. 1-1. Vergara swings and misses. The curveball caught him at the ankles. 1-2 count. Well, Lancia awaits on deck, but there's 2 away. Bases empty in the top of the first of this 0-0 game. Second leg of this 7-inning doubleheader. Langer into the windup. He deals. Curveball catches the lower inside corner, and he's got his second strikeout of the inning. We move on to the bottom of the first of a 0-0 game. McElfatrick, Pinkston, and Costello due up to lead things off for the Oilers. We'll be back in just a moment. Baseball action rolls along into the bottom of the first inning of this second game here on the 4th of July in Kenai, Alaska. Alongside Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. 0-0 the score. Matsu taking the field for the first time in this second leg. Lefty out of Texas, Ace Whitehead on the hill. He's making his 3rd start of the season. Both of his first 2 went 4 innings. Last time out, he went 4 innings against the Anchorage Bucks on Tuesday, June 27th. 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them were earned, a pair of walks, 6 Ks. He earned the loss, throwing 96 pitches. That was a week ago. And his line on the season in those 2 appearances is an earned run average of 450. 4 earned runs, 5 runs total allowed, but he struck out 10. He's got Owen McElfatrick, Drewby Pinkston, and Nick Costello due up in this game, and those 3 were the leadoff combination in Game 1. McElfatrick went 0-for-4 with a strikeout.
In fact, the first 4 batters in the order for Peninsula are the exact same from Game 1, but Batters 5 through 9, all different.
Well, the lefty deals to the righty. First pitch forces a swing and miss. Yeah, that's true. Matsu kept just about everyone in the lineup except made the change of switching Sebastian Tomerlin in on defense for Landon Rogers. The 0-1, called strike, high and in. Yeah, Rogers was a DH. Haley moves out of left field to DH. Vergara moves from center to left, and Tomerlin enters the lineup. 0-2, misses high and away. So very different strategies from these two head coaches.
Absolutely. Tyler Brunn rocking with the guys who had all those base hits in game 1.
1-2 from Whitehead. In the dirt, Lancia blocked it with his unprotected shoulder, but didn't even flinch.
Couple of physical things to talk about with Whitehead right here. One, the high socks, the only player in the outfield wearing the high socks.
The pitch. Swung on and drilled into the gap in right center. That's down for a hit. It rolls over to the warning track. Sliding play by Tomerlin. Mickelfatrick cruises into second base with a stand-up double to lead things off for the Oilers.
Oilers fans, it's double-double.
That was an interesting decision there in right center field. It seemed like Carpenter and Tomlin stared at each other for a moment too long, wondering who was going to make the sliding play to cut the ball off. Eventually, Carpenter gave way to Tomlin, but not until McElpatrick was enough to get to second base.
I think either way, McElpatrick was going to be into second, but that slide, the fact that it happened, prevented him from getting to third. And that brings up Drewby Pinkston, the lefty. Runner on second, nobody out. Whitehead fires, squares to bunt, pulls back, but that's called a strike anyhow. Pinkston in the last game went 1 for 2, had an RBI ground out, also a walk. Whitehead comes set. He fires, a bunt attempt, missed. Lancia blocked it down. And he may have pulled back. The umpire never made a signal whether that was a foul ball, a strike, or a ball. So at the moment, we're going to say 1-1. Whitehead fires again, squares to bunt, puts it foul off to the left. Pinkston stays at the box. So it is a 1-2 count. 0-0. Bottom of the first inning. Runner on second with nobody out. Whitehead comes set. Kicks and deals. Swung on and foul tipped off to the left side. Pinkston stays alive. He's not one to strike out a whole lot. He's only done that once this season in 10 full games. The southpaw comes set. Kicks and deals, swung on, chopped off to the third base side. Hannes charges, fields it, throws across the body to first, and he got him. But that moves Mickelfatrick over to third base with just one away.
I mean, Caleb Hannes, my goodness, he made that look easy. Charged in on the swinging bunt, fielded it low, and threw on the run right on the money. Hannes has definitely been the most surefire third baseman for Matsu this season.
That's absolutely right. That was a difficult play thrown across the body. Now a difficult batter in Nick Costello. Last game went 1 for 1. He's the leading hitter on this team. The pitch to the lefty. Fastball at the belt, called a strike. This season, Costello is batting .419 with 5 RBIs across 9 games. He had that 1 RBI, a walk, and a sacrifice. The pitch. Called a strike. High and away. Another fastball from Whitehead. 0-2 count. Yeah, Costello singled his first time up and then reached base on a walk. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Ace Whitehead punches out his first batter by way of the K, and there's 2 down in the bottom of the first. Still a runner on third for the Oilers in this 0-0 affair.
Impressive stuff out of Ace right there to just throw a heater by the best batter on this Oilers team.
Ben Griffin comes up to the dish. If Nick Costello's the best, Griffin is a distant relative of his. First pitch to the righty. Check swing on a fastball. That's called a strike anyway. Griffin, although he is third on the team in batting average,
He's only hitting at 288. It's a very steep drop-off from the number 1 hitter to the number 3. The pitch. This is up high for a ball. And really, Kadeem Zhao is the second-best average hitter on this team, except for the fact that he left.
Yeah.
He's no longer a member of the Oilers, had to attend to family matters. So a very, very big difference. The 1-1. Swing and a miss way behind the fastball, high and away. Whitehead powering through.
And Griffin is just 4 for his last 21. Talking about those struggles right there. That's a 211 average.
Really working behind players. The 1-2. Up high for a ball. Griffin has just 4 RBIs on the season. McElpatrick, the runner, waiting off of third base. Matsu went down 1-2-3 in the top half of this inning. The 2-2. Swings and pops it up to the right side and out of play. The umbrellas are breaking out all over the field. Rain starting to roll in. That's been the story this week in Kenai. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Ace Whitehead, cool, calm, and collected, walking off the hill after his second strikeout of the inning. And one inning through, it's looking like a pitcher's duel. Both arms with a pair of Ks. We move on to the second. Matsu's got the 4, 5, 6 hitters due up in Lancia, Haley, and Carpenter. 0-0 remains your score. It's the top of the second inning of the second leg of this July 4th doubleheader here on the Kenai Peninsula. I'm Jesse Cook with Austin Barach. It's a 0-0 game as the Miners come up to bat for the second time in this one, clad in their red, white, and blue Independence Day jerseys. It's the 4, 5, 6 hitters, and Steven Lancia, the catcher, Maddox Haley at DH, and then Caden Carpenter in right field. That's who's due up to face the righty Evan Langer, the Cal State Northridge product, and in just his second appearance of the season in the ABL. Righty-righty matchup, first pitch, called a strike. Steven Lancia, a dangerous bat. He went 3 for 3 in the first game, as well as a walk. He had a pair of doubles and a triple. The 0-1. Check swing on a curveball at the ankles, called a ball. Lancia out of UT Rio Grande Valley. 1-1. This is blown away. Him and Alex Vergara, the two returning members of the 2022 Miners, both all ABL at the end of the season. 1-1. Lancia cuts at it, fires it into shallow center field. Costello races in and makes a one-handed grab right of his shoulder. A sharp shot from Lancia, but it's not good enough. The Miners are through 4 batters without a base runner.
It's a different story from game 1. That's the law of averages.
You could say that, sure. Maddox Haley has been above average, though, to say the least. He's reached base in all 19 games this season. First pitch to the righty out of San Diego State is called a ball low and inside. Here's game number 20. The halfway point of the 2023 campaign. Matsu sits one game above 500. The 1-1. Swings, grounds it at second base. Fielded on the hop. Ujimori fires on to first, and he got him by a pair of steps. 2 up, 2 down in the top of the second, and that brings up Caden Carpenter, who's on a 3-game hitting streak.
Number 38, Caden Carpenter.
And Carp, one of the earliest people at the ballpark every morning back in Palmer. Of course, here everybody travels over to Coral Seymour Memorial Park at the same time in the buses. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch. In the dirt for a ball. Carpenter, one of the 2 Utah Utes on this team, as well as relief pitcher Brady Malin, both of them lefties. Langer from the windup. Swung on, roped out to short. McElfatrick gets it on the hop, darts it to first, and he's a step in time. Oh, that's not the correct call at all. Carpenter was there by a mile, but the umpire was looking right at it and still made his decision. Miners once again go 1-2-3 in an inning. We move on to the bottom of the second. Caden Carpenter hanging around first base, unhappy with that call. The Oilers have the 5, 6, 7 batters up in Forshey, Chavez, and Helfrich when we come back. 0-0 to score. It's the bottom of the second inning at Coral Seymour Memorial Park in Kenai, Alaska. 0-0 remains the score here on Independence Day, the second leg of this doubleheader. With Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. Ace Whitehead still on the hill. Had a shutout first inning, 1 hit, but that was a double to Owen McElfatrick. He just never came home. Theo Forshey, the first batter up for the Oilers. He's the 5 spot, followed by Josiah Chavez and Leighton Helfrich. Forshey, the third baseman, bats from the left side. First pitch, swings and fouls it to the backstop. 0-1 count. Forshey enters this game batting at a .267 clip on the year. He swings at that pitch, grounds it out to second. Tucker fields it on the ground and throws on to first to get him. That's 4 straight outs for Whitehead after surrendering a hit to the first batter. Now it's up to Josiah Chavez at DH. He bats from the left side. Out of Cal Baptist University, alma mater of Matsu's Game 1 starter, Brandon Downer. Lefty-lefty matchup, first pitch. This is low and inside for a ball. This past season at Cal Baptist, he started 24 games, but played in 46. 1-0. Ball low and away. And that's sort of emblematic of his role today. Maybe not in the first lineup, but then gets his spot in crunch time later on. Didn't start game 1. Here he is in game 2. 2-0 from Whitehead. Swings and fouls it off his front ankle.
So the Oilers certainly have depth. But the question is, how good is the depth with Peninsula having the lowest batting average and lowest on-base percentage in the league?
2-1. Swung on and foul to the backstop. Remember, a week ago, the lowest batting average and lowest on-base percentage belonged to the Miners.
Yeah, that number has just been climbing and climbing for Matsu.
The 2-2. Front door curveball missed up high. Full count for Chavez. He's 6'3", 195, a very lean frame. The full count. Swings, chops it out to the first base side. Vest nabs it with one hand and runs back to first base for the out. 2-away in the bottom of the second. Bases empty, 0-0 the score here on the Peninsula.
Now batting number 13, Leighton Helfrich.
Brings up Leighton Helfrich, the right fielder, making his first appearance of the day. Native to UC Davis, and his brother is joining the college baseball family. He just committed to Arkansas. That's his brother Ryder Helfrich. First pitch to the righty. Swing and a miss way behind the fastball. Whitehead out in front of him. Helfrich, a rising sophomore. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, same pitch, same spot, same result. He blew the fastball by him.
Once again.
Whitehead kicks and deals. Oh, 3 in a row! Fastball high and in. He was an all-state quarterback at Lampasas High School in Texas, and he shows off the arm strength, powering in 3 straight fastballs. We move on to the third, 0-0. 1 hit for the Oilers, none for Matsu.
Welcome to the top of the third inning here at Coral Seymour Memorial Ballpark. It's the 7, 8, 9 batters due up the minors. Barach, then Tomerlin, then Hannes. Going up against Evan Langer, the starting pitcher of the Oilers. First pitch to Emilio. Right down the middle for strike one. Barreras in game one today went 1 for 4. Ticked down his average just slightly, down to 270. The pitch cuts away from the plate. Ball 1. Barreras slides up in the order from 8 to 7, with Tomlin behind him. The 1-1. Down the plate for strike 2. Nobody on, no outs. In a scoreless top of the third. Langer's pitch skips in the dirt. 2-2. Barreras 2 homers on the season in 74 at-bats. Just 4 strikeouts on the year, as we alluded to back in game 1. The pitch sails way away, bringing up a full count. Barreras through 3 games now against Peninsula, batting .333, 4 hits and 12 at-bats. The payoff pitch, inside but called a strike. Langer punches out Barreras on a backwards K, his 3rd strikeout of the game, and there's 1 gone in the top of the 3rd.
Caught him inside with something that he didn't expect to see, a fastball high and in. Barreras was looking for something low and away or breaking, and it just never happened.
So here's Sebastian Tomlin, the center fielder. Watches a ball that skips in the dirt. Tomlin last appeared at the Dish on Thursday against the Glacier Pilots, went 0 for 1 with a strikeout, was also thrown out at the plate as a pinch runner in that game. The 1-0 swung on and missed. The catcher, Griffin, can't handle it, but nonetheless it's a strike. Tomlin was in the field in that 7th inning of Game 1 when Vergara slid over to left field, and that's the exact alignment here for Game 2. He replaces Landon Rogers in the batting order. The 1-1, big, caught in a miss, strike 2. Tomlin does have 16 strikeouts on the year and 42 at-bats, batting 119 on the season. Is 3 for 6, though, against these Oilers. The 1-2 from Langer catches the inside corner again. Back-to-back Ks for the big righty, and there's 2 gone in the 3rd.
Evan Langer painting the corners in a beautiful way. He's already struck out 4 batters in 2 2/3 innings.
Good stuff so far for the Cal State Northridge product. Here's Hannes, and he cuts on and swoops a foul ball down the third base line. Hannes in Game 1 was also the 9-hitter. He went 1 for 3 with an RBI, had a couple of impressive plays there at third base as well. The 0-1 catches the outside corner, a friendly call for the pitcher, and it's quickly 0-2 against the batter from West Terre Haute, Indiana. Langer out of the windup, kicks and deals, and it plunks him on the left elbow. Hannes boards first base with his 2nd hit by pitch of the season.
Austin, I was thinking it's a 7-inning game. He was about to be through the order for the first time. There goes the perfect bid.
Oh no. Oh no for Peninsula, but let's go for Matsu. And it brings up the top of the order in Nolan Tucker, who struck out swinging his first time up. One of 4 strikeout victims so far for Langer, who now deals out of the stretch. Tucker shows bunt, pulls back, and it takes a ball inside and low.
Got to be careful what point of the game you show bunt, because still no hits for Langer. That could get a pitch sent at your head if you bunt too late in a no-hitter.
Well, it's really the 3rd inning here in the game.
It's a
2 of
7
the
inning.
doubleheader. Yes. And Tucker stares at another pitch too high this time. 2-0 the count to him. The other Valpo guy in the starting lineup, Alex Thurston, on the bench again today. The 2-0 nearly hit him. The count runs to 3 balls, no strikes. Thurston, as I mentioned, the 3rd Valparaiso player on this Matsu Minor team. He hasn't played since last Monday against the Glacier Pilots at home in Palmer. Langer's 3-0. Runs away, ball 4, a 4-pitch walk after a hit by pitch, and suddenly there are 2 runners on with 2 outs for the big lefty Cooper Vest.
Now batting number 17, Cooper Vest.
Vest has a strong swing, but it only produced a foul pop-out last time up. In that first game, he went 1 for 3 with an RBI, though.
That he did. Average hanging around 240. The first baseman out of BYU. 2 on, 2 out. Scoreless top of the 3rd. The pitch sails away from the left-hand batter for ball 1. On that Tucker at bat, the 3rd baseman Forche was playing very much in. About 5 feet in on the infield grass. Now he's back to his normal position just behind the 3rd base line. The 1-0 swung on, cracked in the center field. Costello ranges to his right and makes the grab for out number 3. Couple runners left on base, but through 2.5, the score remains 0-0. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd in just a few minutes. The third inning rolls on here in Kenai, Alaska on the peninsula. Alongside Jesse Cook, I'm Austin Barach. Ace Whitehead on the bump again for the Miners in his third inning of work here. He's gone exactly 4 innings in his first 2 outings for the Miners, and he's set to deal with the 8-9-1 batters, William Grimm, Raisen Ujimori, and Owen McElpatrick. Grimm did not appear in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. On the season, the LMU product is batting .214, 6 hits in 28 at-bats. Lefty on lefty matchup, Whitehead's 0-0, skips in the dirt, ball 1. Grimm, a rising senior, 5'11", 185, out of La Crencia, California. The 1-0 hits the outside part of the zone. Count evens up at 1 apiece. Grimm is a utility player. The lefty swings and misses. He is a batter. He also is a pitcher. Has appeared in 2 games, giving up 0 earned runs in 5 innings of work. But here, he faces the 1-2 from Whitehead, and he stings the outside corner. Called strike 3. That's Whitehead's 4th punch out of the game. 1 gone in the bottom of the 3rd.
Grimm looked upset walking back like that shouldn't have been a strike, but this umpire behind home, Dale Rowland, has had a wide strike zone this entire day for the first leg of this doubleheader and for the first 2.5 innings here.
So this brings up another lefty, Ruji Mori, and he sends one to the shortstop Barreras, fields it at the knees, and throws on a first for out number 2. So this brings up Owen McElpatrick. We apologize now for the lack of a crowd mic. A young fan was playing with the mic, so it pretty much rendered it useless for the purposes of the baseball game. Nobody on 2 outs. The pitch sails in the outside corner for strike 1. It's an interesting setup we got going on here in the Kenai press box, working with the crowd mic. The 0-1 is slapped off the face mask of the catcher, Steven Lancia, for strike 2. So for the time being, we're going crowd mic-less. Unfortunately for all the viewers, you have to listen to Jesse and I very clearly. The 0-2, up high, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The leadoff man, McElpatrick, who doubled to begin the game. Since then, though, Whitehead has retired 8 consecutive batters.
I think we got it.
Oh, there we go. The 1-2 swung on and lifted up and out of play.
Yeah, we had a couple kids playing on their phones back here, sitting under the awning, instead of watching the game. If you're the kid's parent, I don't care about the phones, but you're at a baseball game. Get them to watch.
The 1-2 from Whitehead. In there, called strike 3 on the inside corner. Whitehead issues his 6th strikeout of the game. Wow. Still 0-0 as we head to the 4th inning. Well, we're nearly halfway home in Game 2 of this doubleheader. 3 innings down, 4 more to go. And Evan Langer out for his 4th inning of work against the heart of the order for Matsu. Vergara, Lancia, and Haley, 3-4-5 due up. Vergara struck out looking. Lancia lined it out to center, and Haley grounded out sharply to second base in each of their first times up. That came back in the 2nd inning. Here we are in the 4th. Righty on the mound, righty at the plate. Langer versus Vergara.
Now batting number 16, Alex Vergara.
The pitch cracked right back up the middle. Lancia places one right past Langer into center field. He's on the first pitch he sees with a single.
Solid strike for Vergara.
Steven Lancia.
Got the brunt of that ball and just drove it.
So this brings up Steven Lancia. 1 on, nobody out for him. Lined out to center back in the first, coming off of a 3-for-3 game 1. The pitch just below the knees, ball 1 on the fastball. Langer out of Cal State Northridge working out of the stretch. Very short lead for Vergara on first. Now he makes a bigger lead. The 1-0. Backhand stop by Griffin. 2 balls, no strikes. Vergara, by the way, 1 for 1 this season on stolen base attempts. That came back on Friday at the Bucks. He's dancing. Delivers home. Lancia corks one foul out of play down the third base line. 2-1 the count to the cleanup hitter. Jesse Cook to my left. I'm Austin Barach. We're here in Kenai in a scoreless top of the 4th. 1 on, nobody out. The pitch. Tails too far inside on the curveball. 3-1 to Steven.
Hitters count for one of the best hitters in the league, batting up above 500 right now.
Entered game 2 here, 17 for 31. The runner goes, the pitch is swung on and tricked back to the backstop. Full count.
Lancia and Vergara have such a strong connection, having been friends on this team last year, not just having played together. And they said they really feed off each other's energy.
They definitely do. They said they have unfinished business after finishing in 2nd place last year, losing the championship to the Glacier Pilots. The payoff pitch to Lancia, and he swings and tattoos one down the third base line. That's a foul ball. The home plate umpire calls that foul, but boy, did that look fair, and both Kyle Watson and Tyler Brunner are onto the field to argue.
That was absolutely fair. I know the home plate umpire was looking right down that line, but we have an equally clear view. That ball was without a doubt inside the line. That is absurd.
That is a potentially game-changing play. The home plate umpire made the call. The third base umpire is currently positioned at second base, so there is no third base umpire that would theoretically have a better, closer view of where that ball landed. But boy, did that ball look fair. That was hit on a frozen rope. So here we go again on the full count. Wow.
I mean, Austin, yes, that was close, but that was without a doubt a fair ball.
Well, let's see if the baseball gods reward Matsu and Steven Lancia right here. Langer is 3-2. 2 high, ball 4, and Lancia is on board with a walk. 2 on with nobody out.
I mean, that's nice for Lancia, but that doesn't exactly mend the error because that could have brought Vergara home.
Absolutely. With Vergara's speed, he could have definitely turned on the Jets and scored on that play. But nonetheless, here's Maddox Haley. He had a sharp ground ball to the second baseman in game 1. Third baseman is in on the grass with his hips tilted toward the rest of the infield. Maddox shows bunt, plays it down toward the third baseman, Forshea. He fields it, bobbles it, and he can't come up with a throw. Forshey completely screws up the play, and the bases are loaded with no outs.
All right, maybe the baseball gods are on the side of Matsu after that close foul ball. Forshey has been a solid fielder. He only committed 2 errors this past season in college ball, and he just couldn't field it. Again, that goes back to the field conditions. It's been raining the last 2 days. Caden Carpenter slipped in game 1. Caleb Hanna's, Nolan Tucker had a throw go offline in game 1 that was caught by Cooper Vest, thankfully, due to a jump. Now it comes back to bite the Oilers.
Yeah, Forshey, 0 errors in the ABL this season before that play just happened, and that extends, well, I guess I shouldn't say it extends Maddox Haley's on-base streak. An error doesn't count for getting on base, but nevertheless, he does stand on first base right now. Lancey on second and Vergara on third, and Caden Carpenter is now up at the dish as the Oilers break from their pitching mound visit.
You know, they haven't marked it an error on the scoreboard yet. They also have not marked it a hit, but technically we don't know that it's an error. But in our scorebooks, that's what it is. But we got to wait for the official score, so I'll check on that.
So here's Caden Carpenter, the lefty out of American Fork, Utah. The infield is all the way in. All 4 infielders are in for the Oilers in a scoreless top of the 4th. Langer out of the stretch. And a swing and a foul ball to the backstop off the bat of Caden Carpenter. Carpenter went 1 for 3 with an RBI and a walk in game 1 today here on Independence Day. He muscled 1 home run back on June 8th against the Glacier Pilots. The 0-1 sails too high and outside, 1-1 to count. That has officially been labeled an error on Forshey off of that bunt from Maddox Haley. The 1-1. Way outside, gets past Griffin. Here comes Vergara, he scores standing up. And the Miners have drawn first blood. It's 1-0 Matsu.
Well, it started to rain again. The slippery conditions clearly playing a factor, and Matsu capitalizes as a result.
Lancia goes from second to third, and Haley goes from first to second, so 2 more runners in scoring position for Carpenter. Infield remains in. The 2-1 pitch swoops in for a strike just above the knees.
Carpenter's a very good fastball hitter, but those low curveballs have given him a bit of trouble this season.
Langer now taking his time, readjusting his right foot on the pitching rubber. A smaller mound here in Kenai as Matsu is accustomed to. The pitch swung on, hit high, but tailing foul out of play. The count remains even at 2 balls and 2 strikes to the 5-hitter, rather the 6-hitter, Caden Carpenter.
Mind you, the mound is the same height with the same landing point, just a smaller patch of dirt that leads up to it.
Yes, it is a more condensed mound, if you will. Outfielders playing straight up, although Pinkston shading towards that left field line. The 2-2 swung and once again lifted up and out of play.
Way to battle for Carpenter. It's not easy for guys his size with his power to shorten up their swing on a 2-strike count, but it's so important and it can really elevate your game.
Carpenter had that elite RBI single in game 1 back in the first inning of that game. Here he is in game 2, 4th inning, and he takes a breaking ball low. Good eye by Carpenter to lay off it. It's a full count. Infielder still in. It's 1-0 Matsu here in the top of the 4th. In game 2 of the doubleheader, the Miners are 10-9 on the season. The Oilers are 5-11. The basement of the ABL. The payoff pitch to the backstop on the swing.
That's the third two-strike foul ball for Carp in this at-bat.
Good things typically happen when you work long at-bats.
He's waiting for his pitch, and good things come to those who wait.
Oh, yes, they do. That love that cliche. Out of the stretch, Langer delivers. It's corked out of play yet again.
Well, he's certainly waiting. That was pitch number 9 of that at-bat.
Huge gap in left center field. Costello playing straight up behind second base. Pinkston really shading towards that left field line. Langer's 3-2. Dips at the ankles. Carpenter lays off of it and earns himself a walk. What an at-bat for Caden Carpenter.
Remember, there's nobody out in this inning. Matsu has gone through 4 batters, scored a run, loaded the bases, nobody out.
That's right. Vergara began things with a single. Lancia worked a walk. Haley reached on an error, and Carpenter just walked, so the bases are reloaded again. No outs for Emilio Barreras. The pitch, inside and low, ball 1. The infield remains playing in. Again, with it being a 7-inning game, each inning matters just a little bit more than your normal 9-inning game.
And a double play would not end this frame.
That's right. The 1-0. This time it tags the inside corner, called strike. You'd figure on a hard ground ball, or really any ground ball, the first leg of that potential double play would be to home plate. Potentially. Barreras, all he has to do is lift it in the air to probably draw Lancia in from third. And he swings and trickles one down the third base line. Fielded. The throw cannot be made. Forshea didn't know where he was going. Lancia scampers home safely. Barreras is safe as well. Everybody's safe. It's a 2-0 game for Matsu.
What are you doing if you're Theo Forshea on that play? The ball was trickling foul. I mean, a harsh coach would take you out of the game after something like that. The ball was going foul. You could have, if you weren't going to get him at first, don't field the ball. It's an honest mistake, but one that may have just cost the Oilers a run.
And with that mound visit, the day is done for Evan Langer. Here in the 4th inning, still nobody out. The bases remain loaded. So a pitching change right here at Coral Seymour. We'll take a step aside and be back for Sebastian Tomlin's at-bat with the bases loaded. Bases still loaded, nobody out. Matsu has already put 2 runs on the board here in the top of the 4th inning. New pitcher is Aiden Gonzalez out of the University of San Diego, has a 1.65 ERA. This is his 6th appearance of the season. The pitch swung on and blasted to the backstop, 0-1 the count to the 8-hitter Tomlin, the center fielder as well. Gonzalez had a rough first outing at Matsu, gave up 3 earned runs and 3 hits in 4 1/3 innings, but since then has allowed 0 earned runs. All the runners on the bases right now are not to him, as Tomlin has a big cut and a miss for strike 2. Those would be charged to Evan Langer, the starter, who went 3+, allowing 2 hits, had 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, and a hit batter. Still no outs. Infield still playing in. Gonzalez out of the stretch deals, and Tomlin stays alive on that foul ball over the backstop. Gonzalez in his last appearance gave up 4 hits but no earned runs on June 22nd against the Bucks. Had a strikeout and a walk as well. The 0-2 to Tomlin. Cuts one, and it's over the head of the shortstop, McElpatrick. Haley scores from third. The runners go from station to station. It's an RBI single for Sebastian Tomlin, and the lead grows. It's now 3-0.
Tomlin is someone who's really struggled at times at the plate, but he does so well on fast pitches low and away, and he waited on the fastball, low and away, drove it to left. Perfect situation for him.
That's right. Gotta feel good for Seabass right there to get that RBI knock. Hannes at the dish right now. The righty takes ball 1 low and away. The infield still playing in. It's now 3-0 Matsu here in the top of the 4th. Hannes was hit by a pitch back in the 3rd. The 1-0. Low, called a strike. That seemed to be about shin high, but called a strike. The count evens up at 1-1. Big lead for Barreras at second. The pitch, low again. Ball 2, 2-1. He's got that big lead because nobody's keeping him honest there. The second baseman, the third, and rather the shortstop, playing in far away from second base. The 2-1, swung on, belted again over the shortstop. Here comes Carpenter. Barreras is rounding for home as well. The throw, not in time, way off the line. A 2-run single for Caleb Hannes, and the lead has blossomed. It's 5-0 Matsu.
The bottom of the order are doing their job and getting it done. Still nobody out in this frame.
See Mario Bejarano, the lefty relief pitcher, hustle to collect something and go back to the dugout. It was probably something off of Hannes's body. Some protectors. As Nolan Tucker, the leadoff batter, stares at a ball low. Gonzalez has thrown a lot of low pitches so far. Tucker now represents the 8th batter of the inning, an inning that began with Alex Vergara slicing a single. The 1-0, swung on, that's roped into center field, but directly at Costello. Tomlin thought it was a hit, so he gets doubled up at second base. A rarely seen 8-6 double play. An atom ball, as Jesse, you would say, and now there's 2 outs and just 1 on for Cooper Vest.
Well, definitely changes the situation and makes you a little more confident if you're on the Peninsula side, because now you know you can get the outs even when Matsu hits the ball hard.
That was a frozen rope. Righty on the hill, lefty at the dish. The pitch misses. You guessed it, low. Ball 1. So Caleb Hannes remains on first base. After that line out with Tomlin being doubled up. The 1-0, big swing and miss. The ball gets past Griffin. He doesn't know where it is. Hannes around second, and he stops about 25% of the way to third base, trots back to second, but a runner in scoring position after that misplay by Griffin.
Passed ball for the catcher. That's usually what you can go to if it's a strike. A wild pitch is more if there's no reasonable way the catcher could have gotten to it. And so, for Vest, now a definitely better situation with a man in scoring position.
Another low pitch. That one's called a strike. This one in there just below the belt buckle on the outside corner. 1-2 to Cooper Vest. Vest popped up in the first, flew out in the third. 1 on, 2 outs. Already 5-0. The Miners in control. The pitch inside. One hopped. Griffin stopped by him. It's 2-2.
Really confident and skillful play behind the dish. A lot of guys would do the textbook thing and drop to their knees to block that, but he stayed standing because he played the bounce really well.
That's right. Wilkinson was pretty good for the Oilers in Game 1 behind the dish. The pitch swung on right back up the middle into center field. Here comes Hannes. He's being waved home. The throw from Costello won't get there in time. A third RBI single of the inning for Matsu. This one off the bat of Cooper Vest. A frozen rope to center field. It's now a 6-0 game.
Matsu batting around as a result, and Costello might have had a chance at him if he hadn't thrown the ball so low, but again, it's slippery out there. He had a really late release point and spiked it into the ground.
So here is Alex Vergara. The Matsu Miners have batted around in this fourth frame. Vergara began this inning with a single. That was against Evan Langer. Here he is against Aiden Gonzalez. 1 on, 2 outs. And he pops one up on the first pitch he sees. Second baseman Ujimori calls off everybody and makes the catch in shallow right field. So finally, if you're Peninsula, you get your third out, but not after the Matsu Miners score 6 runs and are in complete command here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. We've got the bottom of the fourth in just a few minutes. It's 6-0. Wow, after that 6-run inning for the Miners, it's a 6-0 game here in the bottom of the fourth. Alongside Jesse Cook, I'm Austin Barach. Drewby Pinkston, Nick Costello, and Ben Griffin, 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Oilers. And if you remember the name Ace Whitehead, yep, he's still pitching on the mound. It seems like half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, he last pitched. That was a strikeout to Michael Fatrick. Got him looking. Ace is working on 5 Ks so far through 3 innings of work. The pitch inside and high. It's a Pinkston ball 1.
The one drawback of having such a bombastic offensive inning is that your pitcher might get cold.
The 1-0 hits the outside corner, strike 1. That's true. That's a real thing. You know, pitchers have their rhythms. They like to stay warm. After all that rest, that can certainly be the case. Aces 1-1. Catches the outside corner again. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Pinkston, who grounded out to Hannes, the third baseman, back in the first. The pitch fouled back on a late swing out of play. I mentioned that Whitehead's got two physical things going for him today. The high socks are one. The other thing is that he did not shave today. He told us he shaves every day, but today he told us he did not. The 1-2. Oh, just off the plate, called the ball 2-2.
Well, we were talking with him, and I think Drew Christo, one of the right-handed starters for Matsu, and Ace was talking about how he shaves every day.
The 2-2 swung on to Barreras. The shortstop fields it at the ankles, throws on a first in time and on target for the first out of the bottom of the fourth. We're like, Ace, really? You take 15 minutes out of your day every morning to shave? He goes, yup, I do.
Costello.
Well, I feel like a real Texan has to have a good beard, so maybe he's filling into that.
But yeah, he's growing it out, at least for today, and he's set to deal with Nick Costello, who he got to strike out swinging back in the first. Out of the windup, he deals, and it's off the edge of the plate, ball 1.
That's how you know neither of us are Texans. Neither of us can grow a beard.
Yes, that's definitely true. The 1-0 in there, called a strike on the outer half of the plate, 1-1.
I like Ace's flow, too. He's got good hair.
The 1-1. Big cut and a miss for Costello, dropped into nearly a knee. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Aces 1-2. Cut and missed again. Back-to-back trips for Costello and back-to-back trips going down swinging. That's Whitehead's 6th punch out of the game. 2 gone in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting. Number 15.
He's really overpowering these left-handed batters. The only person who's gotten a hit today was that leadoff man in McElpatrick back in the first inning.
Yeah, and here's Griffin, who struck out swinging his first time up. The pitch runs inside, ball 1. That's right. Whitehead has retired 11 consecutive batters at this point. The 1-0. Hit him. Griffin plunked right below the left shoulder. And there's your broadcaster's jinx of 11 straights. Griffin is aboard with 2 outs.
Now batting number 17.
Larry Westall, the righty sidearm reliever for Matsu, told us yesterday that his mom doesn't like when we say that someone's on a hot streak because they'll inevitably lose it. Well, I guess we owe one to Mrs. Westall because she got us right there.
Yeah, that's bad for our brand. And here's Forshey, the lefty, against Whitehead, the southpaw pitcher. He deals. The pitch just below the knees, ball 1. Forshey grounded out to the second baseman, Nolan Tucker, back in the 2nd inning. Matsu leads here in the bottom of the 4th, 6-0. The 1-0. Down the middle, called strike, 1-1. Fielders playing straight up for Forshey. The UC Davis product, a rising senior, batting .267 on the year. The pitch scoops down low. Lancia throws on a second with a runner in motion. It gets by Barreras into shallow right field. Tucker runs it down, but not after Ben Griffin goes from first to third on that sailing throw from Lancia.
Lancia might have had him if the throw was on target. That's probably still a stolen base at second, but the error pushes him over to third.
So now a runner 90 feet away with 2 outs, not 1 like the scoreboard reads. The count runs to 3-1 to Forshey, the lefty third baseman. Now that runner in third, it means something. In a 6-run game, and this essentially being the 6th inning in what would be a 9-inning game. It matters a little bit less, you figure, for Ace Whitehead.
Right around the halfway point.
Out of the windup. Foul ball
Foul ball,
down the third base line, bringing up a full count. Forshey was not in the starting lineup in Game 1 of this doubleheader. He enters the game here with 0 walks and 3 strikeouts on the season. The 3-2 swung on and hit high out of play again.
Junction Family Fun Center. Fun for the whole family.
Whitehead looking strong through these first 3 2/3. Nobody warming up in the bullpen, however. Lefty Ethan Lake did tell me that he's probably first up in relief.
Interesting.
Should the need arise.
That's right. Whitehead's gone exactly 4 each of his first 2 outings. The payoff pitch runs outside. Forshea is on with a walk. Runners are at the corners with 2 outs here in a 6-0 bottom of the 4th.
Batting number 14, Josiah Chavez.
So this brings up Josiah Chavez, the designated hitter, stands in the left-hand batter's box. Chavez batting under 200 on the season. The pitch runs outside, ball 1. 6 for 32 entering today, grounded out to Cooper Vest, the first baseman who just took it himself to the bag back in the 2nd inning. Chavez was 0 for 4 against Matsu back on June 9th. The 1-0 fires it in there on the outside corner. Strike 1. 1-1 the count to Chavez. Chavez, a rising junior, 6'3" out of Cal Baptist. Looks at the 1-1 in the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pinkston grounded out to short to begin the inning, I should say. Costello struck out. Those are your 2 outs. Then Griffin got hit by pitch, went over to third, and Forshea worked a walk. The 2-1, big hack and a miss. Strike 2 on the outside part of the plate. 2-2. Whitehead sets out of the stretch and deals outside, ball 3, way off the plate. Whitehead allowed 1 earned run in 4 innings against the Chinooks on the 20th of June. Allowed 3 earned runs on the 27th of June against the Bucks. That was his last appearance. The payoff pitch. Big swing and a miss. He got him. The 2nd strikeout for Whitehead of the inning, and the 7th for him across 4 innings of work today. The score remains 6-0 Matsu as we head to the top of the 5th.
Baseball rolls on into the 5th inning, 6-0 the Miners lead on Independence Day in the 2nd leg of this doubleheader. Alongside Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. The Miners come up with the 4-5-6 hitters in Stephen Lancia, Maddox Haley, and Caden Carpenter. going up against Aiden Gonzalez. That's been a terrific trio for Matsu. Lancia went 3 for 3 earlier today. Maddox Haley still trying to extend his on-base streak to the halfway point in the season at 20 games. And Caden Carpenter, he's on a 3-game hitting streak. Lancia comes up to bat on the right side against the righty Gonzalez. He's out of UC San Diego. Lancia for UT Rio Grande Valley. The pitch. Misses up high for a ball. Gonzalez, his second inning of work. He attended Warren High School in Downey, California. Was team captain there. The pitch. Called a strike. Up high. And as captain in that senior year, he threw 10 strikeouts in a 7-inning no-hitter. The pitch. Check swing low for a ball. Lancia swivels in, a 2-1 count. Gonzalez fires, swung on, pitter-pattered off the end of the bat to short. Fielded, throw across the body, got him by a full step. Owen McElpatrick makes a leaping throw to grab the first out of the inning. So the 4-hitter down, that brings up 5 in Maddox Haley.
Number 23, Maddox Haley.
The rising sophomore at San Diego State comes up to bat on the right side. With an 0 for 2 line, he reached on an error at third last time up from Theo Forche. Ended up scoring. First pitch. Swings, pops it up. Midway through left field, Dribby Pinkston is there with plenty of room, and he makes the one-handed grab left of his head. 2 up, 2 down for Matsu, and that brings up Caden Carpenter, the right fielder, who walked and scored last time up in the 4th.
Number 38, Caden Carpenter.
The Utah native went through a slump for a large part of the season, but has picked it up the last 3 games. He had a hit in the last one, pair of hits on Friday, 3 hits the day before that. The pitch. The lefty waits on a ball up high. Gonzalez seems acclimated to these 7-inning affairs. Even 6 innings, back in high school, he had a 6-inning game in which he struck out 14 batters. The pitch. Fastball low and inside, just missed at the knees for a ball. So 6 innings, that's 18 outs. 14 of them by way of the K.
Wow.
1-0 in the dirt for a ball. That's the sort of track that you need to get to 20 in a 9-inning game. That's like the Kerry Wood route. 3-0 for Carpenter. No strikeout there, not even a strike. 4-pitch walk for the big right fielder. And with 2 away, there's a runner on first for Matsu's shortstop and Emilio Barreras.
Now batting number 1, Emilio Barreras.
Though the 4, 5, 6 hitters have mounted for 0 hits in Game 2, Emilio had an RBI single last time up. He struck it down the third baseline. First one to the lefty. Backdoor curveball called a strike, lone away. Barreras is 1 for 2. Struck out looking to lead off the third. The pitch to the Grand Canyon product is high and away for a ball. Carpenter on first. He is 4 for 4 on stolen base attempts this season. 1-1. Barrera swings, chops it out to second base. Ujimori fields it on the hop, fires onto first, and he got him. Matsu strands 1 walk, 3 outs. We move on to the bottom of the 5th inning. We're going to keep it here for today's 4th of July themed Pickaxe Pickle Trivia question. So, baseball on America's Independence Day is an absolutely beloved tradition. The major leagues, they wear the American flag on their hats. And what's more American than home runs? So, Austin, I'm asking you, who has the most home runs on July 4th, and which Alaska Baseball League alum has more July 4th dingers than all the other former ABL stars?
Oh boy, the latter of those questions, I'm just gonna guess Aaron Judge. It's probably not right, but that'll be my guess unless I think of somebody better. I don't know, was Aaron Boone a home run guy? Both Yankees, of course. And the first question there, I mean, wow, that's kind of just big guess. Could be anybody, really. Man, I don't know. Off the thing, that's probably 1 in a million.
Well, unlike
Is it an
most
active player?
No. Unlike most games, we're going to answer it right now just because it's a 7-inning affair.
Okay.
And you were absolutely right on your first guess.
Oh.
You were wrong. So in Major League Baseball, you got to go way back. Duke Snider, one of those great outfielders in when New York had 3 teams. And then in the Alaska Baseball League, it's someone who may have gotten them through questionable means in Mark McGuire.
Yeah, the old steroid era, of course.
Well, he was a great Alaska gold panner. We move on to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Kenai. Ace Whitehead keeps going, looking for his longest appearance of the season. Went 4 innings in both of his other starts. 6-0 the Miners lead. With Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. Whitehead's got the 7-8-9 batters in Leighton Helfrich, William Grimm, and Ryson Ujimori. They're a combined 0 for 3. Lefty-righty matchup, first pitch. Called a strike, lone away. Whitehead out of Lampasas, Texas. The 0-1. Swung on, popped up, first base side and foul. Vest in pursuit on the warning track near the fence. He makes the catch, slipping. No, it popped out of his glove. The umpire still signals an out. So Vest caught the ball and lost it in the transfer to his throwing left hand. So there is 1 out here in the 5th. And Ace Whitehead officially has his longest appearance of the season with now 4 1/3 innings pitched.
Whitehead's been really solid today.
1 hit. Here's the pitch to Grimm. Called a strike, lone away.
Yeah, that 1 hit back, the first batter he faced. Then he had that hit by pitch because I jinxed him. Besides that, he's been really, really good.
The 0-1. Half swing, full strike. 0-2 count. Whitehead was a great player in high school. He was named Austin American Statesman Male Athlete of the Year. The 0-2. Swung on and struck right up the middle. The second hit of the game for the Oilers. William Grimm is aboard for the first time today. A single. That brings up Ryson Ujimori, the 9-hitter and second baseman. And he comes to this team out of UC San Diego, just like his pitcher, Aiden Gonzalez. He's from Hawaii, and he made his ABL debut in the last game these two played. Ujimori bats from the left side. Runner on first, the pitch. Swung on and popped up behind shortstop, kind of in no man's land, but Barreras calls everyone off and makes a reaching one-handed grab over his right shoulder. 2 outs for the top of the order and a runner on first for the Oilers. The Miners lead 6-0 in the bottom of the 5th.
And we have somebody named KMW. I assume that capital W stands for Whitehead, chiming in on the YouTube, talking about the shaving situation with Ace. They say Ace taking advantage of not having to shave in Alaska because at the University of Texas they had to shave the head.
Shave the face.
Yes.
Like the New
and
York
cut around the
Yankees.
ears above the collar.
Here's Owen McElfatrick. First pitch to the leadoff righty. Slider up high for a ball.
I apologize for not being able to read, but yeah, definitely reminds me of the New York Yankees.
Yeah, a lot of teams have that sort of look about them. The 1-0. Swung on and popped up. This one behind shortstop. Emilio Barreras there with plenty of time, plenty of room, and the ball. 4 batters, 3 outs, and William Grimm left stranded on first. 6-0 Miners the score. We move on to the 6th with the 8-9 hitters up for Matt Sue and Tomerlin, Hannas, and Tucker. It's the top half of the penultimate inning of this 7-inning affair. Second leg of an Independence Day doubleheader. Top of the 6th, in case you couldn't tell. Jesse Cook with you alongside Austin Barach. The Miners lead 6-0, but they'll have to face a new pitcher. Aiden Gonzalez out. Connor Throneberry out of Penn State in. The rising junior from St. Louis, Missouri is actually a relative to a Mets and Yankees legend and marvelous Marv Throneberry. Played 7 innings in the 7 seasons rather in the MLB from 1955 to 1963 with a couple gap years in 56 and 57. He actually won the World Series with the Yanks in 58. Also a member of the inaugural Lovable Losers 1962 Mets. This season, he's 0-3, making his 8th appearance. He's got a 240 earned run average, which is really good. Only started 1 game. He has earned a pair of saves, but not a save opportunity. Tucker Vest Vergara, the leadoff man, rather Tomerlin Hannah's Tucker from Atsu. First pitch to the center fielder is a backdoor curveball for a strike. Tomerlin had an RBI single his last time up. Broke a 3-game hitless streak. 0-1 to the lefty out of Central Arizona. Swinging strike low and inside. Throneberry, a big frame, 6'6", 230 pounds. The 0-2 to Tomerlin. Curveball in the dirt. Sebastian Tomerlin, not quite the same frame, 6 feet 170. Very much different body types there. The 1-2. Swings, pops it up foul off to the left side and way out of play.
League and the first Challenger League in Alaska for individuals with physical and intellectual challenges.
Tomerlin entered this game batting just 122 on the season with a 255 on base percentage. 1-2. Swings and fouls it to the backstop. He will forever hold the distinction as probably the most unique first run of the season in Matsu Miners history. He stole home for the team's inaugural run this season against the Chinooks back in June 5th. The 1-2. Swings, taps it down the first base line. Grimm fields it and hustles over to the bag for the first out. That brings up Caleb Hanna's. Been a good day for him. Went 1 for 3 in game 1. 1 for 1 thus far in game 2. Singled home a pair of runs back in the 4th. Righty-righty matchup. Throneberry into the windup. Swung on and cut to the backstop. Throneberry has only pitched against Anchorage-based teams, the Bucks and the Pilots. This is his first time throwing against someone else. The 0-1. Changeup misses up high, 1-1 count. Last time out for Throneberry was more than a week ago on June 23rd, in a loss to the Bucks. The 1-1. Swung on and popped up, out of play off to the right side. In that affair, Throneberry threw an inning, allowed 2 earned runs on 2 hits with 1 strikeout. Hannes digs back in on the right side, crowding the plate. The 1-2. Swings and lays it foul off to the right side again. Hannes entered this affair batting 171 on the season with a 340 on base percentage. He knows how to work the count. He's walked a total of 9 times this year. The 1-2. Swings, batters it up the middle. Mikkel Fatrick makes a play at short, fires on to first, and he got him. Close play, but not quite for Caleb Hannes. And that brings up the top of the order for Matsu with the bases empty and 2 away, but a 6-run lead.
Now batting number 3, Nolan Tucker.
Nolan Tucker walks up to the plate, and that first hit was a triple. Today, in this second game, 0 for 2, lined into a double play last time after smoking the ball to center. The pitch. Backdoor curveball falls for a strike. He crushed it to center field, but right at Nick Costello, who then doubled off Sebastian Tomerlin, who thought it was a hit. The 0-1. He swings and pops it up behind shortstop. Shallow left field. Drewby Pinkston in on the play. He grabs it with his tan glove left of his head. 1, 2, 3 go the Miners in the top of the 6th. We move on to the bottom half of the penultimate frame. 2, 3, 4, and Pinkston, Costello, and Griffin due up for the Oilers. It's the bottom of the 6th of the second leg of this Independence Day doubleheader on the Kenai Peninsula. The Miners are having a great day. They won the first game 5-2. Now they lead here in the second one 6-0 with Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. Ace Whitehead on for the 6th inning. His longest appearance of the season gets even longer. He's got 2, 3, 4 up and Drewby Pinkston, Nick Costello, and Ben Griffin. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch to Pinkston. Fastball low and away. He called a strike. Whitehead, before today, had not gone more than 4 total innings in a game. He had pitched in a 5th, but never recorded an out. The 0-1. Misses up high for a ball. Pinkston is 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts. Whitehead kicks and deals. Misses low in the dirt for a ball. Pinkston goes to Northwestern, a school which he chose over Miami of Ohio and Kent State. So he just really did not want to go to Ohio. 2-1. Swung on, bounced out to second base. Tucker's there. Fires a high throw to first. Vest reaches and makes the grab for out number 1. One of the differences between this this Kenai field and the Matsu field is the grass at Herman Brothers Field back in Palmer, Alaska is much taller. Here, ground balls go way faster because they cut it shorter. Matsu thankful for that on the previous play. Here's Nick Costello, the center fielder. First one to the lefty is high and in for a ball. Costello comes from a major league family. His cousin Ryan has made a splash in the Detroit Tigers organization. The 1-0 in the dirt for a ball. Unfortunately for Kreidler, his season is put on hold. He's undergoing surgery for a hernia, muscle core surgery.
Oh, no.
The pitch. Called strike inside. 2-1 count. Yeah, Kreidler made his debut on September 2nd last year. Had a hit the next day. The 2-1. Swings and pops it up, foul down the third base line. He scored 2 runs in that debut, but then he had a multi-hit showing the following day and hit his first home run on the 7th against the Angels off of Jose Quijada. The 2-2. Called strike 3, low and away. Costello stares at home plate. He tapped it to show the umpire where he went wrong, but that's an out. 2 up, 2 down in the top of the 6th. Matsu up 6-0, and that brings up the cleanup man and Ben Griffin.
It's always a bold move to tap where you think the ball went across the plate to the home plate umpire, but Costello, 3rd strikeout of the game for him.
The pitch swung on and fouled off the top of the backstop. Griffin struck out his first time up. That was the 2nd K of the day for Whitehead. Now he's up to 8. He throws. Swing and a miss. Griffin down on the count, 0-2. Second to last inning of this doubleheader here. Miners up 6-0. Bases empty, 2 away. The 0-2. Misses high and inside. There's no action in that Matsu bullpen. Whitehead might even go the full 7. Looking to go the full 6. The 1-2. Misses up high.
I mean, if you're Tyler Brunn, if you can get through this doubleheader, these 14 innings using just 3 pitchers, that's a big win.
That's right. It was Brandon Downer and Vinny Bianchi in the first game. The 2-2. Swings and pops it up. Infield grass. Emilio Barreras calls off Caleb Handas at short. Makes the grab. Lost his hat in the process. But 1-2-3 go the Oilers. And we're off to the final inning of regulation. The Miners up big time, looking for an Independence Day sweep. 6-0 the score. Matsu on top with the 2-3-4 hitters due up in Vest, Vergara, and Lancia. Independence Day baseball has almost run its course here on the Kenai Peninsula, but who could get tired of a game like this if you're a Miners fan? 6-0 day lead coming up to the bats with the 2-3-4 hitters in Cooper Vest, Alex Vergara, and Steven Lancia. Connor Throneberry still on the hill for his second inning of work. The Penn State pitcher stands all of 6'6", 230 pounds. What a big frame. And next to me is 6'6" Austin Barach, who weighs, 180? Well, whatever he weighs. I'm Jesse Cook, and my height is unimportant.
185 to 190, I'd say.
Much better shape than me. Cooper Vest at the dish. First pitch to the BYU lefty is high and away for a ball.
Don't do yourself a disservice, Jesse. You got good stamina, endurance out there, running around.
Sure. The 1-0 to Vest. Checks his swing on something inside and low. Didn't go. That's a ball. Vest was all first team WCC for BYU this past year. Has a really strong bat. The 2-0. This is up high for a ball. He was the number 1 overall prospect in the state of Utah in high school. Well, Connor Throneberry on the hill was the number 1 first baseman in Missouri back in high school. 3-0. This is up high for a ball. So Throneberry, the pitcher, who was the number 1 first baseman, now watches Vest jog off to first with a 4-pitch leadoff walk. And that brings up Alex Vergara. He's got hits in both games today. Had a single back in the 4th inning and then went 1 for 4 in game 1. The righty also scored a run in that game. Has another run in this one. Runner on first, nobody out. The pitch. In the dirt for a ball. Vergara, out of Lipscomb, had 23 homers this past season. Transferred there from Weatherford, so the Matsu Miners will have 2 different plaques for him at Herman Brothers Field.
That's right.
The 1-0 swung on and missed.
And head coach Tyler Brunn's younger brother Calvin has a couple of different plaques. He played on the Miners 2015 and also 2017 teams.
That's right. The Miners are a great place for the LeBrun family. 1-1. Vergara swings, drives it to deep center field. Costello on his horse back near the wall. In the warning track, he makes the grab. Right hand over his shoulder, he made the catch moving backwards, and he holds Vergara off. Puts Vest back on first base with one away.
How about number 27, Stephen Lancey?
Stephen Lancia, another returner to the minors. He comes up to bat from the right side out of UT Rio Grande Valley. Him and Vergara, both all ABL last season. They've made a big impact. First pitch to the righty, he swings and misses.
I might be going crazy here, insane, because Lancia doesn't have a hit so far this game.
No, he walked. 0-1. Misses up high and in. Lancia has had a hit in every start, as has Alex Vergara. Both of them joined the team in the middle of the first half of the season, today being the halfway point. The 1-1. Slider, backdoor, called a strike. One away, runner on first, a 1-2 count for the Matsu catcher. He had 7 home runs this past season in the NCAA. The 1-2. Misses up high for a ball. Lancia, of course, one of 2 players in this Matsu lineup with multiple home runs this season in Alaska, him and Emilio Barreras. They both hit their second home run in the same game on Thursday against the Glacier Pilots. The 2-2. Slider low away, called strike 3. Lancia shakes his head walking back to the dugout.
Lancia did the classic move of leaning in after the pitch was called, willing it to be called a ball. But even though I thought it was off the plate, he gets rung up, unfortunately, for him in the Matsu minors.
That brings up Maddox Haley, the designated hitter, looking to extend his on-base streak to 20. The first pitch. The San Diego State sophomore swings and pops up behind first base. William Grimm is there, and he makes the grab. So that should do it for Haley's on-base streak. His hit streak most likely stopping at 7 games. We move on to the bottom half of the final inning of this July 4th doubleheader, and Matsu will have a new pitcher, Preston Shadowan, coming in to relieve Ace Whitehead after a beautiful 6 shutout innings. We'll be back in just a moment. The 5, 6, 7 hitters due up to try and extend this game and perhaps save the day for the home Peninsula crowd. 6-0 Miners heading to the 7th, bottom of the 7th. The Matsu Miners have a shot at achieving an Independence Day sweep, up 6-0 on the hometown Peninsula Oilers. Here in the bottom of the 7th and final inning of this 2-game setup, I'm Jesse Cook alongside Austin Barach. Preston Shadowan, the new pitcher on the hill for Matsu, he relieves the starter Ace Whitehead after his longest outing of the season. 6 innings, all of them shutout. Great job by Ace. Shadowan comes into the game for his 6th appearance of the year, but this is in fact a first for him because he has not once entered a game with his team in the lead.
That's right. Shadowan is 0 for 5. The team is when he appears, but right now, you're right. A 6-0 lead as he enters the game.
He's got Theo Forche, Josiah Chavez, and Leighton Helfrich due up, the 5, 6, 7 hitters. Righty-lefty matchup with Forche. He deals. Called strike, low and away. The fastball kissed the lower outside corner. The third baseman for Shea is 0 for 1. Grounded out to second first time up and walked. That pitch misses low for a ball. 1-1 count. Shadoan, one of the pair of minors from Murray State. It's him and Ethan Like, another relief pitcher, but he throws from the left side. 1-1. Ball low. Those two have been pretty public with how long they've been friends, even before their Murray State days. The 2-1. Low for a ball. Both of them rising sophomores out in Indiana. The 3-1 to Forshea. Swings and drives it to right center field. That's a gapper and down for a hit. Tomerlin cuts it off in center and fires back to second base. Holds Forshea to a long single. One man on with nobody out in the bottom of the seventh. The Peninsula Oilers are down by a lot, but it's never too late to start knocking. That brings up Josiah Chavez. The designated hitter is 0 for 2 with a ground out to first and a swinging strikeout, both of which came on full counts against Whitehead. The righty comes set, fires. Fastball misses up high for a ball. Chavez, a rising senior at Cal Baptist University, the same school of Brandon Downer, who started the first game for Matsu, the 1-0. Misses up high for a ball. Downer had a productive first game. 3 innings, 1 run, but it was unearned. 2 hits, 4 walks, 1 strikeout for him. 2-0. Called a strike. Chavez didn't play in the first game, so he didn't get a chance to hit off his teammate. But those two have been texting all week in anticipation of this game. Those 2 rainouts before this prolonged their meeting. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Caught him with the fastball high and away, and it's a 2-2 count. We've seen these collegiate friendships split teammates apart. Emilio Barreras and Grant Richardson from Atsu go to Grand Canyon University. 2-2. Called strike 3, low and inside. Chavez sent down with a backwards K, and Preston Shadoan has his first out.
Now batting number 13, Leighton Helfrich.
But to continue, Leighton Helfrich comes up to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop-out. Righty-righty matchup. Runner on first, 1 away. The pitch. Swings and ropes it in left field for a base hit. Station to station. And there's runners on first and second. One out, 2 men on. That brings up William Grimm. He's 1 for 2. Helfrich's base hit keeps this inning alive. But the Oilers, if they want to tie this game, have to get to Drewby Pinkston, the 2-hitter. Grimm is the 8-hitter. If they want to win, they got to get to Costello. Righty-lefty matchup. Shadoan comes set. Looks back at second, fires from the stretch. Called strike at the belt. Grimm out of Loyola Marymount. He's a rising senior. The 0-1. Swings and misses behind the fastball. Grimm was a preseason perfect game All-American in 2018. He's from La Crescenta, California. 5'11", 185. 0-2 count. 1 away. Runners on first and second. Shadoan from the stretch. Swings and foul. Tips it off to the third base side. It's 6-0 Miners. All of those runs came in the 4th inning. The team strung together a lineup of 8 consecutive base runners. Rather, 7 consecutive base runners, 8 and 9 batters. Shadoan looks back at second, fires the 0-2. Called strike 3. He's got his second backwards K of the inning, and the Oilers are down to their final out on this Independence Day doubleheader.
Totally froze Grimm on the outside corner. Paint from Shadoan.
Matsu in third place of this Alaska Baseball League. Here's Rysen Ujimori. First pitch to him is called a strike, low and away. The Miners started the day tied with the Glacier Pilots, but a win would put them undisputed in second place, 2 games behind the Anchorage Bucks. The pitch misses up high, 1-1 count with Ujimori. The Glacier Pilots and the Bucks are actually in the middle of the first leg of a doubleheader as well. And the Glacier Pilots lead the Bucks 9-0 out at Mulcahy Stadium in the top of the 7th. Shadoan comes set. He deals. Misses low and away. Even if the Glacier Pilots win that first game, Matsu will still be a full game ahead of them in the standings. It's that second game that really has a lot of bearing. 2-1. Swung on and popped foul off to the left side. So the Oilers down to their final strike. This is the first day in which Matsu has played a game in the Peninsula, although the team got here on Saturday. The past 2 days have both been rainouts. Runners on first and second, 2 away, 6-0 the Miners lead in the bottom of the 7th and final inning. The pitch just missed low and away. Full count for Ujimori. Top of the order is on deck in Owen McElpatrick. He doubled his first time up. 3-2. Runners on first and second. There will be another doubleheader tomorrow. The pitch swings and pops it up to shallow left field. Alex Vergara is there. He makes the grab just left of his hat, and the red, white, and blue stands for the green and gold. Matsu sweeps an Independence Day doubleheader, a 5-2 win in Game 1, and a 6-0 shutout in the latter. Preston Shadoan on the hill to end that one, but Ace Whitehead has a beautiful 6 shutout innings for his best performance of the year. The Miners do all their damage in Game 2 in 1 inning and leave it with a 6-0 finish on the Peninsula with another doubleheader due up tomorrow.
What a day. What a day of baseball for Matsu. Couple of wins. How you doing? Big to win these two. You now finish off your first 20 regular season games at 11-9. That has a lot better of a ring to it than 10-10 or 9-11. So, and they weren't really close. Big innings in the top of the first in the first game, and that big 6-run fourth inning here in Game 2. Solid, timely hitting in both games today led to the win, and great pitching too, all around from everybody involved on the Miners side.
Great pitching and great contribution as a team on offense. Everyone who had an at-bat, who batted for Matsu, recorded at least one hit today. Everyone in the first game, and then the only substitution was that Sebastian Tomerlin replaced Landon Rogers in the lineup, and Tomerlin had an RBI single. So everyone was doing their part, and head coach Tyler Brunn told his team before this trip that this is where a championship team is made. The Miners were 500 entering this week-long stretch on the Peninsula, had not won back-to-back games since the first 2 bouts of the season, and now here they are, 2 games above 500, at the halfway point, with back-to-back wins. They sweep a doubleheader on the road. That's the makings of a team destined for something in early August.
You certainly hope so. You never want to take too much out of 1 day's worth of baseball, 14 innings. But today was certainly promising, encouraging stuff. The offense was elite in Game 1, and the pitching was elite in Game 2. Those are your headlines, really, from what transpired today at Coral Seymour Memorial Ballpark. A fantastic day of baseball for the Matsu Miners. Life is good above 500.
That is absolutely the trope for the Miners. 11-9 halfway through the season and in second place. There's a line that says, from some points you can only go down. Well, the Miners have one spot up to go, and it's those Anchorage Bucks. Such a pesky team for Matsu. Took 2 of the last 3 they played. Well, with 3 more on the Peninsula, we're going to call it right here. The Miners are in second place and have 2 wins in a row. 6-0 the final in Game 2. Thank you so much for joining us on this wonderful, beautiful Independence Day. Gray skies can't cloud up a win. For Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. Have a wonderful rest of your 4th of July.